It is now 6:30. We have 5 members of the Cunningham Township Board present.
Okay, well, 1, 2. Okay, we've got another one present. Give it 30 more seconds and then we'll get started. Okay, I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Cunningham Town Board. It's Monday, September 14th, 2020. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Wu?
Here.
Ms. Lout?
Here.
Ms. Hersey?
Here.
Mr. Brown?
Here.
Mr. Roberts? Mr. Colebrook?
Here.
Mr. Miller?
Here.
Mayor Marlin?
Here.
Ms. Shenoweth?
Present.
Mr. Williams?
Doesn't appear to be present. Okay.
Yeah, don't see him. I know he had, oh, he said, I am called in and I'm muted. So I'm wondering if we could try to troubleshoot. Oh, this might be him.
I'm present, Mayor and City Clerk. Dennis Roberts.
Thank you.
Wayne is here.
Oh, good.
Okay, we have everyone here. All right, next item on the agenda is minutes of the previous meeting. Could we get a motion to get this on the table or up on the floor?
I make that motion that we approve the minutes.
I'll second.
Moved by Dennis, seconded by Mary Alice. Are there any corrections? Okay, will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Wu?
Yes.
Ms. Lout?
Yes.
Ms. Hersey?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Mr. Colebrook?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
That motion passes. Are there any additions to the agenda or changes? Okay. Public participation. Does anyone wish to address the Cunningham Town Board? I don't see anyone present to do so. Okay. Committee to verify bills would be the town fund and general assistance. Danielle?
Yes. So this past month in the town fund, we had $62,196.52 in expenditures. In the general assistance fund, we had $68,711.27 in expenditures. So our total for this past month was $130,907.79. I'll just note that we are up 2 participants from 145 to 147. I do want to note this represents a significant turnover as 24 cases were closed and 26 cases opened. So we're seeing, you know, a 1/6 of our general assistance population turnover in a month. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that we're providing gap funding for people who are out of work, who are waiting on IDS funding. We also had a high number of people who were applying for TANF. So we provide gap funding at just a few months of funding while they apply for temporary aid for needy families. So we are still seeing a record number of applications go out the door. The number of homeless has, is at 67, up from 66 last month. And I do note that the community work program remained closed in August, but we are working with Salt and Light on a reopen plan. And so stay tuned. We should have some information in terms of our plan to reopen that program safely in the next 2 months. Rental assistance, I'll just note that we only had 2 rental assistance applications approved in this month. That's up from 0 last month. Again, the number is down 1 due to the eviction moratorium, which although we will provide rental assistance for people who are back due on rent, as long as they have sufficient income. So there may be less incentive to move quickly. And then we do see layoffs where people don't have enough income to qualify for rental assistance. And we refer them to helpillinoisfamilies.com, and we continue to anticipate a great need for rental assistance once the moratorium is lifted. So we are under budget on that item, but assuming that we will catch up later in the year. Any questions?
Mary Alice.
Are we taking questions about the bills right now, or are we taking questions? Yes.
Yes.
So you have a charge on the BC Bank for something called OMA Incorporated. So I looked at it. It's a voice over IP.
Correct.
So all of our telephone systems are voice over IP. We don't go through I3 for it.
No, we use a voice over IP, which ends up being more flexible and allows us to do call forwarding and voicemail management. We do have I3 broadband services for our internet connection.
So you might want to take a look at telephone.
I would also like to add that UMA makes it much easier to work remotely while there's a pandemic.
I think Mary Alice was just in the process of providing some info. What were you saying, Mary Alice?
I was just looking because I was trying to figure out if that was voice over IP, and it's the amount is different under telephone services under the budget. So I don't know if it's been classified correctly in the
telephone services. Yeah, it should show up both across the town fund and total GA, so I can take a look at that and make a correction if there's a classification issue.
and then it looks like there was some training. So are we still doing, and maybe Wayne, this is for you, are you still doing in-person training? I think there is a training in Iowa, is that right?
Yeah, in the Quad Cities, yes.
So what kind of training is happening in person these days?
Assessor training, that's what happens when your professional organization is run by Republicans.
All right. So those are my questions about the bills for now.
Oh, I wasn't on mute when I said that, was I?
Any other questions for Danielle? Okay.
I'd also like to add there's training in Peoria this week too.
Thank you, Wayne. You want to continue, Danielle?
That was it in terms of the bills. I'm happy to answer any questions folks have. I do have a report I'll wait for my report of officers.
Okay. Any other questions? Is there a motion to accept the Town Fund and General Assistance Fund report?
I'll move that.
Moved by Julie. Bill Brown, was your hand up?
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Moved by Julie. Do we have
I'll
a second?
second Sharice.
Seconded by Sharice. Any further discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Miss Wu,
Yes.
Miss Lout,
Yes.
Miss Hersey,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Roberts,
Yes.
Mr. Colebrook,
Yes.
Mr. Miller.
Yes.
That motion passes. Reports of officers.
Thank you, Mayor. So first, I'd just like to start with a brief moment of silence. We had 2 participants who died in the last 6 weeks waiting disability payments. This is a really unfortunate part of our job in that it takes years for people to receive disability support, and sometimes in the process they pass away due to that disability. So The people, our participants, are our friends and our neighbors, and I just wanted to ask for a brief moment of silence for their passing. Thank you very much. I wanted to, there were a few things I wasn't able to include in the memo because everything changes all the time. So utility shutoffs notices have begun. The utility shutoff date was September 11th, and I've already seen proof of notices that have gone out. So I wanted to, although there's not enough funding in a LIHEAP to cover the utility shutoffs in our community, since in the state of Illinois, unemployment is up 200%, but LIHEAP subsidies are only up at 49%. So I would like, but I do want to urge anyone who is behind on power or water to please consider applying to LIHEAP. Regardless of immigrant status. These are dollars that are actually paid for by customers through their bills and go to customers. So people can apply by calling 217-384-1226. That's 384-1226, or ccrpc.org/programs/low-income-home-energy-assistance. So you can actually sign up for an appointment online, or you can call to get an appointment. But it's very important that we be looking out for our neighbors in this time of utility shutoffs. And I'm deeply disappointed that Ameren has not taken steps to halt utility shutoffs despite the ICC's recommendation that they do so. I also wanted to just note that, again, I apologize for missing our consolidated social service funding conversation, as there were several deaths at the township right around that time, and I lost track. So I did want to just comment that you will see this evening consolidated social service funding grants. We have taken a kind of rolling approach to funding under COVID. So you approved 3, and then there's several that I'm requesting approval of tonight. It doesn't actually complete our budget of $100,000 for Township. We're currently sussing out UNCC's capacity to serve the community under COVID. So we'll just, there may be additional contracts. So we're trying to secure the contracts as we can. I also, as I will, we do have an agenda item on this topic, so I'll save the rest of my notes for that agenda item. In terms of other reports of officers, housing advocacy has been extremely successful. I said in our report that we had helped 25 participants apply for subsidized housing and got 7 into housing opportunities. And Wendy, our deputy clerk, and myself both signed checks today for 3 more people to move in today and tomorrow. So that's huge. So slowly, several every month adds up to a lot over the course of a year. And then I did want to say that we are really ramping up our support for SSI applications for people who are current G8 participants, and I have a SOAR advocate specifically, part-time specifically focused on that, and believe that that position will pay for itself with Social Security and reimbursements. We have served 1,323 people with the Bucket Brigade since March 25th, including 470 children. And you'll see tonight I have a request to fund the Channing Murray Foundation to continue that work. We would like to move that project completely under the Channing Murray Foundation so that we don't have the administrative overhead, and that will be supported through the grants process rather than through our angel donor fund. Solidarity Gardens is wrapping up. We have received hundreds of pounds of produce through that, and we just met this last week to discuss 2021 plans because we had such a successful collaboration on that, and we continue to be concerned about food security issues. We have had a very successful closeout of our stimulus check assistance. And we had received a grant from Heartland Alliance to do that. And so we did 34 hours of tabling. We did 21 one-on-one appointments, and we also did outreach to over 200 people, many of whom we were able to provide the information for them to assist themselves. And I just wanted to announce that we have 8 new interns in our office, and we really appreciate the service of our interns and look forward to having 8 to 10 interns each season going forward. I'm happy to answer any questions about the memo before passing it to Wayne for anything from the assessor's side.
Bill?
Yeah, I was under the impression there was also some utility assistance money available specifically for people affected by the epidemic. Do you know anything about that? And if so, is that being handled through LIHEAP? Can LIHEAP serve as kind of a one-stop call for people? And if they don't qualify for LIHEAP, they might qualify for the other, anything like that?
My understanding is that LIHEAP is the one-stop shop for utility assistance. I do know that there's one gap that we're working to fill in the funding world, and that is for people who may not have the utilities in their name, but they are the person living in the house. And then we also have an issue where utilities is wrapped up with rent. So those two situations they're not extremely common, but they do fall through the cracks. And I know that we recently notified United Way of that gap and are trying to just, if there are any other gaps like that, we really want to know about them so that we can mobilize local funding resources to support filling those gaps. But again, I want to say there is not enough money in the LIHEAP. Like LIHEAP will run out of money unless something changes before those who are unemployed and unable to pay their utilities receive that funding. So there's kind of a deferred crisis as there is with the evictions, and we just need to stay on top of monitoring the situation closely.
Any
Okay.
other questions? Mary Alice?
Dania, I know in your memo that you had mentioned that a lot of people that you had contacted weren't getting their stimulus check. And I think that in the next couple of weeks, that's going to end. So time is of the essence right now. I'm wondering how successful the people that you worked with were in able to obtain those checks.
So in many cases, we were helping them actually apply for the check. It was up to them, whether or not they wanted to create a banking system or receive a check in the mail. And actually a lot of folks, even though we were ready to support them with free banking options, I don't know if you know, but a quarter of the entire country is unbanked or underbanked. It's probably very similar in Champaign County and in Urbana. And so there are various reasons why people choose not to bank. So most of the people that we supported are actually receiving checks, and we're not going to know whether they receive their checks for some time because there's a delay in that process. What I can tell you is that there were a number of folks who did apply for stimulus funding who did not receive it. And because we had a relationship with Heartland Alliance, we were able to actually escalate through Heartland Alliance to the IRS and fix some of the payment issues that people were facing.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? I did want to tag on to the information about utility shutoffs. We've been in touch with Ameren, or I've heard from Ameren, and they recommend that people contact Ameren at amerenillinois.com/recovery because for information on their various utility assistance programs. And they said, they view disconnection as the last resort, even though they have started sending out notices, but there's funds available through the Economic Hardship Recovery Program. We also contacted RPC and Brookins today, and in addition to calling that number that Danielle provided, Thursdays are open for walk-ins for utility assistance at Brookins through LIHEAP. And they apparently have received some extra funding and said they have dollars available to help people. So people who call you, and I've had a couple of calls today at our office, can be referred to also just go to Brookins and ask for where they go to the utility assistance, and they'll be directed to the RPC and the LIHEAP. And then the city also received notice from that we're going to be getting some extra CDBG money. I asked if that could be used for utility assistance, and HUD is telling cities to hold off on doing that until they determine if these utilities have business interruption insurance. And if utilities ended up with having this insurance, cities would have to pay back any money they distributed under this program. So we're waiting to see for additional guidance from HUD on whether or not we can use CDBG money. But in the meantime, Brookins said they've got funds, and they're ready to help people, and they're currently getting about 100 people a week. So it is a significant problem, but send them to Brookins, and Thursdays is the walk-in days. Okay. Moving on to Wayne.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
I am happy, well, I don't know if happy is the word, but the appeal deadline was last Thursday for assessment appeals. So far we have about 200 appeals, but we're still processing. To compare that to last year, we had about 216. And I also just wanted to let the council know that I applied for a grant through the Local Cure Act with the Department of Economic, Illinois DECO, and that's for grant funding to help with COVID-related expenses. So I did that, and hopefully we'll be hearing something soon from that. That's it.
Any questions for Wayne? Okay, thank you, Wayne. Is there any unfinished business? Okay, any new business? Obviously new business. Ordinance number T 2020-09-002, which is a transfer of appropriation ordinance, Cunningham Township budget.
Yeah, so each year essentially, if we have overspent on a line item, we need to do a line item transfer before our audit and closing the books. Typically this is done between July and September. It could be done before, but we usually don't know until we kind of close the books in mid-July what is needed. But we generally have, underspent our budget. There's a few line item transfers that we're requesting, which are enumerated in the resolution, or excuse me, in the appropriation ordinance. Happy to answer any questions that you have.
Bill.
Yeah, I think I have a technical correction on page 3 under general assistance, item 1. The second line, 32,000 from GA fund. I think it should be to GA fund.
Where it says transfer the following amounts.
All 3 of those should be to GA fund.
Yeah, that's correct. Thank you for catching that. Yes, it should be 2. Because the GA fund personal allowances, essentially we went over by 32,000.
Any other comments or questions? Mary Alice?
So under general assistance, it has angel donor expense. And I think it was $15,000 to angel donor expense. What are the angel donor expenses? Is that just what we spend out of angel donor? How does that work?
Yeah, so we had actually budgeted, okay, open up the budget, a handful of thousands of dollars for the angel donor fund. And then with COVID, received tens of thousands of dollars into that fund. We only spend in expenses what we receive in income, so it's a closed fund. We actually still have surplus in that fund. And because we had so many dollars come in, we were able to help more situations that came up that don't fit within our programs. So, you know, before COVID, that might have been work boots, or it might have been a bus pass to go be with family if you're homeless. Since COVID, it has included, the Angel Donor Funds have been the primary funder of the Bucket Brigade, and so that's been the biggest expense out of that. So all of the expenses are, like basically there's an exclusive line item for income called Angel Donor Income, and there's an exclusive line item called Angel Donor Expenses, and you should never see the expenses exceed the income.
Hey, I just want to say, and I don't think Danielle did a good, I don't think she did the best job in explaining this. She budgeted a certain amount to receive in, and far exceeded the amount of angel donations that came in. So I just wanted to make that clear. Also on page 3, those twos are to stay like they are, because it's in the section 1, it's 152. We transferring the amounts from those amounts to the GA fund because it's the general assistance fund, but the personal expense line item of the GA fund, which is separate from, say, the payroll expense from the township assessor fund or the township supervisor fund or the township other fund. So the resolution doesn't need correction that way.
So are you saying it should read 32,000 to GA fund or from GA fund?
Oh, I see. Right there, no, it should say 2.
That's
I thought there was a
correction that Bill mentioned.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I'm doing this on my phone. It's a little difficult.
That's okay. Any other questions? Can we get a motion on the floor, please? Bill?
I'll move to approve ordinance number T-2020-09-002, transfer of appropriation ordinance, with the technical correction noted on page 3, item 1 under general assistance, 32,000 from GA should be 32,000 to GA.
Is there a second?
A second.
Moved by Bill Brown, seconded by Sharice. Further discussion?
Can I just say one more thing?
Yes, Wayne?
I also want to point out that in the town fund, which includes the assessor budget, the supervisor budget, and the town fund other budget, we spent a total of 86% what was appropriated, and then the GA fund we spent 84% of what was appropriated. So I'd just like to point that out.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Wu,
Yes.
Ms. Lout,
Yes.
Ms. Hersey,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Roberts, Mr.
Dennis,
Roberts,
could you unmute?
Yes. Thank you.
Mr. Colebrook,
Yes.
Mr. Miller.
Yes.
That motion passes. Next item is Resolution T-2020-09-011R, which is a resolution authorizing the supervisor to sign agreements with social service providers for grants dispersed through the Consolidated Social Service Funds for fiscal year 2021.
Thank you. As we mentioned last month, things have been a little bit non-standard in this process due to COVID. And we needed to hear from granting agencies in terms of the adjustments that they plan to make under COVID. So we were able to disperse $20,000 to healthcare consumers, $6,500 to Sola Gracia Farm, and $10,000 to the Wesley Food Pantry based on your approval August 10th. This is kind of I guess the next slew would be $6,500 to the Refugee Center to support immigrant families program, $7,500 to the Refugee Center to support their newcomer immigrant student support program, $21,000 to the University YMCA for the New American Welcome Center, and Channing Murray Foundation, $8,000 for the Red Herring Meal Voucher Program / Bucket Brigade. And I would just say that I was able to watch the video from your conversation. I very much support notification about incomplete applications within a set window of time, because I think there can be misunderstandings about whether something is complete or not. So I thought that was a really good suggestion and intend to add it in this next round. I will note that I don't believe there were many historically funded applications that were not funded simply because they were incomplete. So that wasn't a major factor in the funding this year. We did have reduced funding. We didn't accept a lot of the new applications. There were a number of agencies that are not kind of responding to the urgent need of now that applied in January, February, but are not responding to COVID. And we specifically steered away from funding public agencies and public bodies. So most of the denials essentially fit into the category of a new organization that we had not funded last year and we have funding cuts, or was not open and available during this time. So that's the piece. I do want to note that this ordinance that you have before you includes Channing Murray Foundation. And then when you put your hat on as city council, you'll also see Channing Murray Foundation. So to clarify, we would like you to support the township paying Channing Murray Foundation, and then you would exclude that fundee as city council. So you wouldn't fund through both venues. And the reason I spoke with staff city staff late last week about this, and we are able to verify that they've served township participants and that name information is confidential. So it makes more sense for township is in a better position to verify. We have given it to the city to kind of balance the numbers. But like I said, we still have additional funding that we have not used. We're still waiting to have a conversation with Urbana Neighborhood Connections, and I can give you an update on that shortly once I have that conversation. There was a couple of other questions came up, and I just wanted to answer that YMCA and CU Fair both provide direct funding for housing, utilities, and other needs. That's important for the community to know that they have funding for that. And I think that was it in terms of the notes that I had in terms of responding. But I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Basically, these are the grants I'd like to go ahead and release, and these grant amounts, and this is what was recommended by the committee and also was in the memo that you received a few weeks ago.
Any questions on this? Sharice?
Okay, Danielle, I'm sorry, I'm confused.
Hmm?
Okay, with the Channing Murray Foundation, you were saying that, okay, you want us to be able to just give over instead of administering the funds from the township. Do you want it to come from the city or vice versa? I'm sorry, I'm just confused on.
Yeah, sorry. So we, since it's a consolidated fund, we look at the applications as a whole, and then after we decide administratively what's the most convenient is usually what it comes to. And we had originally talked about Channing Murray Foundation being funded by the city of Urbana, but there's logistical challenges to that because they're providing, we're the primary referring agency. And so we know whether or not a bucket was received or not. So anyway, we're suggesting that township be the fundee and not the city of the bucket brigade. So I just want to clarify, since you have that on both the township resolution and the city council resolution, their name appears.
And that way it won't, they don't get double funds. Correct. From one from city and also from you. So
Exactly.
we just give it to you to administer.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. All right. I'm just trying to understand that. Thanks.
Yep.
Okay.
And we use the same contract and process to administer, just for the record.
Any other questions? Okay. Could we get a motion to put this on the floor?
Okay, I do that. I'll move resolution T 2020-09-011R, a resolution authorizing the supervision of signed agreements with social service providers for grants distributed through the Consolidated Social Service Funds for the year 2021 to be approved.
And I'll second that.
Moved by Dennis, seconded by Mary Alice. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Wu,
Yes.
Ms. Lout,
Yes.
Ms. Hersey,
Please unmute.
I'm trying to. Yes.
okay, thank you. Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Roberts,
Yes.
Mr. Colebrook,
Yes.
Mr. Miller.
Yes.
That motion passes. Next up is resolution number T 2020-09-012R, which is a resolution setting compensation of Cunningham Township officials for the 4-year term beginning May 15th, 2021. That includes the township supervisor, township clerk, township board, and beginning January 1st, 2022, the township assessor.
Yeah, so this, as you'll see it kind of coded in yellow, this is for discussion purposes at this point. We had some questions for you. So essentially, the way it works is that the town board sets the compensation for the officers, and it used to be for the town board as well, at the end of your term. So essentially approaching the end of all of our terms, which are up next year, there would be an election in the spring and the new terms start in May of 2021. So each year or every 4 years, you set the compensation levels or stipends for the officials. So you need to, the clerk has informed me that we need this on file by November 2nd. So essentially what we thought we would do is bring this to you in September, let you know it's coming, ask you what information you would like us to gather for you, and then request a decision in October, so that it can be on file before the November 2nd date. So what you see before you is the resolution with just blanks under the compensation, and with essentially what the health insurance proposal is before you. So I guess the question I would ask the board is, what information would you like to help make the decision next month? And then we would gather that information, and I'd like to get it to you with enough time for you to have a discussion. So that could be comparables with other townships, our size, or academic communities. You could look at a history of the salary increases of public officials, of the supervisor and assessor, or other public officials in the area. This is my first time doing this because I've only been a supervisor this particular term. And so I guess I just wanted to hear from you how I could help facilitate and gather the information that you would need to make a decision. So if you could just put some questions on the table, I will then gather answers and come back to you.
Thoughts from the board? Dennis.
So I think probably information about the level of compensation over the last 10 years would be useful. That would give us an idea of the growth of that position and its expenses for us. And probably the second thing would be comparables in other communities of our size.
Any other questions? Julie?
I mean, I looked at this a little bit myself too, but I think something to keep in mind, no matter what are cost of living increases expected over these periods of time.
Okay. And what about historical? Is that as well?
Was that directed to me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think that Dennis's suggestion of looking in the past 10 years would sort of give us a sense of that. And then if we do send, I guess I feel like if X, then we'll want to know why, if, depending on where we feel like compensation sits. One additional useful thing would be to understand what cost of living is expected to be.
Going forward.
Going forward, correct.
Okay. Bill Brown?
Just, I wanted to mention that if we're going to be using comparables, it might also be good to look at specifically at coterminous townships, because other townships our size may have other responsibilities for roads and bridges and things like that that a coterminous township doesn't. So if you can find examples of a few others, I know there's not a lot, but a few others in Illinois that are coterminous, that might be more appropriate.
Okay.
Mary Alice?
I just wanted to expand a little bit on Dennis's time range, just to include the 2008 downturn that we had. So that would be 12 years instead of 10.
Okay.
Yeah, that seems appropriate. Also, to be noted that 4 years ago, the township board decided not to take a stipend, and I'm willing to continue that, so that more funds are directed directly to people's needs in the community and not necessarily to our benefit.
Bill?
Yeah, that reminds me, I think I would support a higher salary for the town clerk. I think we also reduce that. I forget what it is now. It's practically zero. So you might, I mean, I think that would be something we'll have to discuss, but I think I'd be interested in making that more reasonable, make it more compared to the work they do.
And we could provide the overall compensation of the town clerk as well, because it's a city council town clerk combination. So it'd be important to look at the whole compensation package.
Any other questions you'd like answered or addressed? Okay. I will note that we'll be doing the similar exercise for city council and elected official salaries as well. So this is a good guide.
Okay, great. And I'm also, I will try to articulate job duties, because I think it's important for, for you to have a description of the positions that you're looking to fund. And especially with town clerk, it's been, I would love, some additional clarity going forward around the duties of the town clerk. So I will put forward kind of what the current duties have appeared to be and some of the opportunities for growth in the future.
I do have a question. When you say comparable, I heard coterminous, but are you also looking in terms of comparable in population, comparable in demographically, other than population count? For the assessor, a lot of times we measure our size in terms of number of parcels or EAV. Is that something you'd be interested in?
Yes.
Sounds like a yes.
Mm-hmm.
To all of it or some of it?
Well, whatever you can find. There's only a handful of coterminous townships, so it'd probably be hard to find one, although there might be one similar to us in a lot of those areas, but yeah.
Well, what I can say is the only real difference between a coterminous township as far as the administration is the highway commissioner, which we don't have. And so in terms of what an assessor does versus a township supervisor, it's not going to change whether a township is coterminous or not coterminous.
Well, we can provide all the coterminous townships, and then I would recommend providing what I would consider our sister cities, so sister townships that have similar kinds of programs, and then similar sizes in terms of number of parcels and population. So we'll put something together, and then if you have additional questions or would like us to research other pieces, we can do that. But this is helpful. I just wanted some direction in terms of what you would like to see. And thank you to the clerk for reminding us that this is coming forward. So.
Okay. Last item is resolution number T 2020-09-013R, which is a resolution authorizing the supervisor to sign an agreement with Clifton Allen Larson for audit services.
Great. This will probably be the easiest thing you do tonight. So this is our 5th year of CLA providing our audit services. We will be going out to bid. Typically, you won't have the same audit services for longer than 5 years, but I'd like to go ahead and close out the agreement that was started under Michelle Mayon and get our final audit for the year, and then you'll be seeing requests for proposals going out for next year and a change of auditors.
Is there a motion to get this on the floor?
I'll move resolution T 2020-09-013R, resolution authorizing the supervisor to sign an agreement with Clifton Allen Larson for audit services for approval.
I'll second that, Dennis.
By Mary Alice, seconded by Dennis. Further discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Wu,
Yes.
Ms. Laut,
Yes.
Ms. Hersey,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Roberts,
Yes.
Mr. Colebrook,
Yes.
Mr. Miller.
Yes.
That
I have a
motion-
question before we go any further, Mayor.
Yes.
On resolution 012R, did you guys vote on that yet?
That was for information only at this point.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
It'll come back.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Yes. Did you have a
I was just going to say good night. Have a good evening, and thank you.
good night? Thank you. With no further business before the Cunningham Town Board, this meeting is adjourned, and it'll be followed by a meeting of the Urbana City Council. So if the clerk just lets me know when you're ready to start, we'll begin.
Okay, we're ready.
Okay. I'd like to call this meeting of the Urbana City Council to order. It's Monday, September 14th, 2020. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Wu? Ms. Wu?
Yes. Yes, here.
Ms. Laut?
Here.
Ms. Hersey?
Here.
Mr. Brown?
Here.
Mr. Roberts?
Here.
Mr. Colebrook?
Here.
Mr. Miller?
Here.
Mayor Marlin?
Here. Next up is approval of minutes from the meeting of August 12th, 2020, and this was the rescheduled meeting from the 10th. Is there a motion for approval?
I'll move approval of the minutes.
I'll second.
Jared, seconded by Sharice. Are there any corrections? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Wu?
Yes.
Ms. Laut?
Yes.
Ms. Hersey?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Mr. Colebrook?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Motion passes. Are there any additions or deletions from the agenda? Lori Pearson.
Thank you. Because the agreements are not quite ready yet, if you could please remove items 5 and 6, that's resolutions number 42R and 43R.
We will do that.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is public input and presentations. Before we begin, I just wanted to just talk to the public for a minute, make a brief statement. I wanted to let you know that the city is moving forward with a number of the policy reforms, the examination of public safety and policing that you've been asking for over the past few months. We've listened to a great deal of input from you and have learned and are taking that into account as we move forward. And I just want to remind everybody that in order to get the work done that you want us to do and you expect us to do and that we want to do, is it has to be done in a public meeting to comply with Open Meetings Act. And that means that city council members can't discuss these items among themselves with more than 2 of them in a room. I can't discuss with 2 council members or anybody, anything like that. So all the work that we do as a council gets done here at the council meetings and at our committee meetings. And we need the time to do that because we have a huge, huge task ahead of us. Our top priority always is to get the business of the city done. And that includes addressing and making and working toward the changes that people want to see in our community. And we're excited about that. Some of the big issues on our plate going forward are looking at alternative responses to calls for service, and that includes the one door. We are going to be looking at the many recommendations from the Hillard-Hines report, as well as others in terms of our use of force policy, and that's another big area that people are very, very concerned about. We'll be bringing back the racial disparities in traffic stops and actually bringing recommendations that's going to make some changes once and for all. And I know there's a great deal of interest in police oversight and accountability and many other things, in addition to all the other types of responsibilities that the council has. And just tonight alone, we'll be following up on the Hillard-Hines report, and we're going to be having a discussion about the possibility of the city joining the Government Alliance on Race and Equity, or GARE. Not to be confused with DARE, which some people heard last week. It's GARE. DARE is long gone, for good reason. But I want to address specifically the issue of public participation, public input. And here's what we're going to do for tonight. People who want to comment on any of the action items that are listed on the agenda, and we have a packed agenda. You'll be invited to speak right after I finish here. If you have general comments to make on anything else, you will be able to speak after the business of the agenda is finished. I'm going to ask for allow 1 hour total of input tonight, and this is in order to let us get the business that we have to get done for this city. In order to give as many people as possible a chance to speak, we'll go with 3 minutes per speaker. You can also, anytime, of course, email comments to the City Council at citycouncil@urbanaillinois.us. And I'll be making some recommendations for actually changing city code in the future. The other thing I want to address is the tenor, the tone, and the nature of the comments. I want to ask, and I will insist, that comments be addressed to the issues and to the city council as a whole. If you cannot direct comments toward individually elected officials, city staff, volunteer members of boards and commissions, or other citizens. It's just not appropriate. And if you engage in this behavior, particularly negative comments, I will mute and we'll move on, and you can finish your comments via email. We've had an increasing number of, an intensifying number of comments that are personal, they're really abusive, and they're very hurtful, and that contributes to an increasingly hostile environment in our meetings, to the point where people are telling me they are intimidated about joining a meeting. They're intimidated about making a comment because they're afraid that they will be attacked. And this is not the environment that we have encouraged at Urbana City Council, and it is not the environment that we can have continue. We need to be able to have respectful and open and discussions directed at the issues. And in this time when we are all just buried under the layers of dealing with the pandemic and the working toward racial and social justice and everything else that people are dealing with today, the fact that some people are piling on folks in a city council meeting just makes it all that harder. And I want to especially give a recognition to Urbana city staff who have just performed amazingly well during this pandemic. Some of them are working 2 jobs because we're holding some positions vacant. Everything we do here at the city is harder because of the pandemic. Everything takes longer. We've got people working remotely. We have bureaucratic hoops to jump through. We are constantly being barraged with changes at the last minute that we have to respond to, and people are working incredibly hard, as I know people in the community are as well. We're all exhausted. This is an exhausting experience, and I'm asking your cooperation in not making it worse. So keep your comments directed toward the issues, keep them to 3 minutes tonight. We'll have a total of 1 hour, and we will get to the business of this meeting. Okay. We will move to public input, and this is for agenda items that are action items, or items on our agenda that are action items. So that would be through item 11 on the agenda. And first up will be Superintendent Jennifer Ivory Tatum.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. As the mayor said, my name is Jennifer Ivory Tatum, Superintendent of Urbana School District, longtime Urbana resident, and Urbana High School parent. Thank you to the council for the opportunity to share this evening on resolution number 11. I know you have been following the board level conversations around budget costs for the SROs, but I would also like to provide perspective from an administrative viewpoint. My administrative team here at Central Office and the administrative teams at both the middle and high schools look forward to the opportunity to continue the teamwork started these last few months with our SROs to model effective, positive relationships with the police. Over the next 2 years of our agreement, we are committed as administrators to staying the course and providing training and professional development in a multi-tiered system of support, sharing our equity work, restorative practices, SEL strategies, and trauma sensitivity to help grow the capacity of our SROs in more than just their role as law enforcement officers. We agreed to a performance review after this next year to ensure we're still moving in the right direction with our model. This will be a little harder for us to accomplish with our students learning remotely, but we are committed to making this happen. We realize with Officer Burnett and Officer Robinson on our teams, we have an opportunity to build an exemplary model that not only represents and supports our students, but can be looked upon with very high regard in the community and nationwide. It is going to take a communal effort to assist with the task of providing the education, support, safety, and empowerment needed for our students. But given the opportunity, we know we can do this together. We recognize that education does not reside solely within our school buildings, which is why I'm here sharing this evening. The goal of education must extend beyond our school walls to the hearts and minds of individuals to affect change. As we work to educate and support those within our district and in our community on the importance of building positive relationships, we can start to ensure effective outcomes when we see all of our students as precious entities who must be valued and cared for, while at the same time maintaining a safe and structured learning environment. Our approach is not to be tactical or punitive, but instead relational. We are confident the student relationships fostered with Officer Burnett and Officer Robinson will ultimately extend beyond the classroom and out into the Urbana community. I want to ensure City Council that our administrators believe that SROs are an integral part of the school support teams at both Urbana Middle and Urbana High School. And as a team, we want to continue the work that we've started on behalf of all USD 116 students. Thank you for the opportunity to share this evening.
Thank you, Superintendent. Next up is Sarah Nixon.
Hello.
Hello.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Oh. My name is Sarah Nixon. I'm a resident of Urbana, and I first would like to comment on agenda item 11, resolution regarding the future of the school resource program I'm sorry, wrong resolution. What I would like to address in my comment is GARE. I think is that resolution or discussion point number 3?
That's a discussion item, which is not an action item. Did you want to comment on an action item?
I see. I don't think so. Does that mean my comment goes to the end of
Yes.
comment?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Next up, Tracy Chong. And these, again, a reminder, these are on the action items listed on the agenda.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, let me start with a question, hang on, to Mayor Marlin and City Council members. Does the City of Urbana believe in the 10 shared principles? The city adopted the NAACP 10 shared principles in response to public outcry after the beating of Aaliyah Lewis by Urbana Police Department officers. Principle number 2 says that all persons should be treated with dignity and respect. From the findings and presentation by Hillard Hines last week, it didn't seem like much thought was given to the dignity and respect of Aaliyah Lewis.
Ms. Chong, your comments need to be directed toward action items on the agenda.
It is, just wait for it. Instead, the focus was once again whether the officers acted according to policy and on the well-being of the officers involved. Principle number 10 addresses the importance of de-escalation. Till today, we have Mike Schlosser, the person who trains our police officers, denying that there's a problem with officers not practicing de-escalation techniques. The city has invited Mr. Schlosser back to train the CPRB members, even though this issue was pointed out. If we can't even admit the problem, how can it be fixed? Are the SRO officers who are going to be in schools also trained by Mr. Schlosser? Are these officers also trained in de-escalation techniques? Are they actually going to practice these de-escalation techniques? Several principles address racial discrimination and racial tension, but none of these issues were even brought up in the Hillard Hines review. Why has the city not addressed the issue of the disproportionate number of African American children arrested by UPD? How does this play into account with all the SROs in schools? Is this issue going to be addressed? Principle number 4 stressed on the 4 pillars of procedural justice: fairness, voice, transparency, and impartiality. The city of Urbana is working in the opposite of transparency since the adoption of these principles. Charging excessive FOIA fees, creating hurdles for civilians to obtain public documents, even using means that the Illinois Public Access Counselor have found illegal. This is the opposite of transparency. The Hillard Hines review is also the opposite of transparency. Mayor Marlin contracted with a firm without going through a democratic voting process. Most of the related documents from the Hillard Hines review are still kept from the public, and correct me if I'm wrong, City Council members. Who are the special people who have access to these documents?
I think we're off topic, Mayor.
Anything else on the SROs? That seems to be your link to this.
My point is if there's no transparency, which if you didn't let me even get through it, the same issue applies to the SROs. So far, the discussion has just been public complaining, bringing up issues about the SROs, but I don't see any transparency in the process. And you are not allowing me to complete talking about transparency. So am I going to get to complete it later in the day?
No, you have 30 seconds left.
I'm going to say that even elected representatives have expressed frustration that you, Mayor Marlin, and city staff have finalized issues before even getting to the voting process.
Please keep your comments directed toward the issues.
Well, I guess you're censoring the public now.
Okay, next person is Amina Payne. Again, address the action items on the agenda at this point in the meeting. Thank you.
Hi, I'm addressing resolution number 11. Am I being heard clearly?
Yes.
Okay. Trauma-informed practices are practices that involve recognizing, understanding, and properly responding to the effects of trauma. The term complex trauma describes exposure to multiple traumatic events, often of interpersonal nature, and are wide-ranging long-term impacts of this exposure. Simple trauma refers to one traumatic event like an assault. As an educator, trauma-informed education practices and approaches are something that I build into my repertoire when I'm working with my cohort, which is adult learners who are from varied cultural backgrounds. So it's heartbreaking to hear a plethora of microaggressions stemming from Urbana's leadership. And many of us in the community feel that Urbana shouldn't conduct themselves in this way, and it shouldn't be normalized or accepted. Again, this is coming from Urbana's leadership, right? So SROs are not effective in improving school safety, discipline, or climate. They don't improve school safety or reduce school violence, and there's no clear evidence that the use of school resource officers in schools is effective in preventing school violence. A review of 40 years of evaluations of school policing showed no positive impact on school safety outcomes, right? SROs have been part of Urbana for nearly 30 years. The presence of SROs does lead to more expulsions and suspensions. Well, maybe not expulsions, because Urbana, sends kids to Ready. They don't have to count expulsions. But this impacts Black students at high rates. And studies show that schools with SROs rely more heavily on exclusionary discipline. This is true at Urbana. The data shows that in the 2019-2020 school year, 70% of total suspensions were out-of-school suspensions, and over half of those suspended, both in school and out of school, were Black kids. These are punitive discipline measures disproportionately targeting Black youth, often for subjective reasons like perceived disobedience or defiance. We recently had a presentation by Chief Seraphin, and it also showed that arrests stemming from the community were nearly 85% Black youth. Police encounters trigger fear, stress, trauma, and anxiety for Black and brown youth, and this harms mental health and it erodes educational performance. So what works? Relationship building, mental health services, restorative approaches, social and emotional development. And it should be glaringly obvious why this is a community-wide issue and not isolated to the schools. Stop being afraid of white flight or the perception of economic development. Any transformative leader should understand that investing in their people is vital for happy and thriving communities. Take care. Thanks for the time.
Diane, can I just ask a quick question?
Yes.
Are people going to be able to speak at both? Because if they're not, we should probably let them know if they can speak at both.
No, you get to speak once during a meeting. That has always been the case at Urbana City Council meetings. Benjamin Stone.
Oh, okay. Is this me? All right.
It's
My
you.
name is Benjamin Stone. I live in Urbana, Illinois. I use they, them pronouns. Thank you, council members, for letting me speak on this agenda item. Quick question, Mayor Marlin, I really hope you checked with the city lawyer before deciding you're going to cut off public input and decide the terms by which I am allowed to exercise my constitutional right to free speech. Because if you cut me off, I assure you, you basically can expect a complaint from me, and it will be properly processed. This is offensive that you're trying to cut us off. Now I'm going to go to my original letter I had, and if you cut me off, that's your decision, Mayor Marlin. Because I am a member of the Community Resilience Cooperative, and we recently received a response from Dennis Roberts in regards to a contact we had.
Mr. Stone, are you speaking to an agenda item?
Do not assume my gender. It says right there in my name, they, them. Thank you. Now, this is not about an agenda item, and you are not allowed to dictate that, Mayor Marlin. Are you?
Yes,
You are
I am.
not. Stop interrupting me. You cannot just cut us off.
You've been asked to address a specific agenda item at this part of the meeting. Next up is Brian Dunn.
Hello, my name is Brian Dunn. I live in Champaign. So about agenda item 11, I think that, at this point in time, if we can't make the pragmatic decision to cut ties with SROs at a time when the school population is this low, I think that it just shows that we are completely indoctrinated by this, false belief that police are, an essential part of education, which I think is very dangerous. I think that we need to be very careful about how we allocate resources to children. And I think we need to think about what our priorities are and what our investments are. So if we continue to invest in SROs, and we understand adverse childhood experiences, and we understand, the discriminatory nature of Urbana police, and we understand, that students of color, they already face so many hurdles, and that this is just another one for them. It's just completely antithetical to the entire concept of Black Lives Matter, and it's just lousy policy, lousy city management, lousy decision making. And I think it's disgusting the way that you're censoring people at this time. I think that you should be invigorated and by how much participation you're receiving, whether or not you agree with it, whether or not you agree with the tone. I think the fact that people are coming and they are showing up and they're speaking out about local government is a beautiful thing, and it's trash that you're trying. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Next up is Christopher Hansen.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, Diane, are there more than 20 persons wishing to speak tonight?
We don't know yet. Mr. Hansen, you can begin. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, well, the city code, the law says 5 minutes. And my second question is did you guys vote to add an agenda item to the end of the meeting, another public input period? Did I miss that?
It's going, we've always had the option of distributing public input. The presiding officer has that option. So if you want to speak to an agenda item, please do so.
Okay, I'm definitely going to speak to an agenda item, so I'll speak now.
Okay.
Okay, so can you reset the timer, please?
No, you've got 2 minutes and 28 seconds left.
I've got 5 minutes, actually. Okay, so my name is Christopher Hansen, and I've lived in Urbana for 18 years. If you'll recall, when I addressed the council regarding the Ward 2 appointment, I described to the council that there exists a nasty feedback mechanism between the public and the city. And it exists because we're not having honest conversations. City staff and elected officials frequently choose to lie about contentious issues or just—
Mr. Hansen, please address the issue.
Yeah, I'm getting—
personal attacks on people.
I haven't mentioned anyone's name. Frequently choose to lie about contentious issues or just ignore the issues instead of acknowledging and correcting misconduct. We've seen this repeatedly in regards to the Freedom of Information Act and repeatedly in regards to the Alea Lewis arrest. So when you have dishonest conversations, rather than acknowledging and correcting the misconduct, the result is that you aggravate the public, who are actually much smarter than you give them credit for. So the public comes back every meeting more upset than the last, and we do this over and over. So now the mayor is making content-based speech restrictions at public meetings, and she thinks this is going to make things better, but it's actually going to backfire, and the city's relationship with the public is going to become much worse. So it is really the mayor and the staff that are making things worse because they refuse to recognize misconduct and they refuse to take responsibility for their actions. And just so we're clear what we're talking about here, for the past few months, we've had city staff flagrantly violating public records laws. They're making criminals of
Mr.
themselves.
Hanson, what is your agenda item?
I'm getting there. SROs. They're making criminals of themselves in an effort to be vindictive, and the mayor cheers them on and scolds the public for pointing out the misconduct. And regarding the SRO situation, I want to remind everyone that when the city council voted on this, the mayor told us how unlikely it is that a police officer would ever remove their gun from their holster. And we've seen recently that they take their guns out pretty readily. So, and they don't know how to handle their guns safely. So something went wrong with that conversation. And we ended up with, police officers with guns in our schools. And I know you're gonna talk about GARE and the 10, like this is going to be the same as the 10 shared principles, where you're going to pass this flowery language and it's not going to have any meaning and no one's going to follow it, because I mean, even the 10 shared principles mentions transparency twice, but then Urbana just started violating all the public records laws. So I don't see any meaning in any of this. I think you probably shouldn't vote for this GARE thing, because I think it probably actually destroys the conversation going forward, because you get the feeling that you've done
Thank you,
something.
Mr. Hanson. Your time is up. Grace Wilkin.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, and please address the agenda item or items that you wish to speak about.
Yes, my name is Grace Wilkin. I'm an Urbana resident. I've lived in Champaign-Urbana for about 20 years off and on. And I am talking about item number 11, the resolution about SROs in Urbana schools. And I would like for us to be able to look at the data and the research and the great public input that people have put in, that the SROs have not shown to be effective, and that it leads to increased childhood arrest, particularly of our Black students in Urbana schools. We already have that data. I understand that the Urbana school is afraid because of past fights, and they need to examine the issue and not demonize and criminalize their own students. Decisions made out of a fear reaction are not what we need to lead our community. And how can an SRO get paid $130,000 a year when teachers and social workers make so much less, and the officers are not needed while the schools are online? Why not at least reduce their salary during the pandemic? I encourage you to pass the resolution that allows the school district and community to make their own decision about the SROs and not being locked into this contract with fear of repercussions from the city. On all the other action items as well, I encourage you to please think about what you've heard from the public and make decisions that are in the best interest of the most vulnerable in our community. And if you're not concerned about having enough times in meetings, why not hold special meetings, as Jared has suggested, as someone has suggested, and allow for extra time for public input? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie Watkins.
Mute. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Julie Watkins. I am an Urbana resident. I agree with other previous comment about the SROs. When the schools are already having budget problems, paying money to patrol empty schools is saying a pointless police job is more important than resources for student learning. Many people have shown how SROs harm learning instead of help, and I urge you all to vote no on SROs. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to address the council on a specific agenda item who hasn't spoken yet? Okay, we will move on to the unfinished business. There is none.
Diane, can I ask a question quickly?
Yes.
We've received a number of emails that are related to the agenda items. I don't know if we want to read off the names and generally what they're talking about.
I was going to do that toward the end. I haven't seen all of them. but we'll do that at the end of the meeting. And again, the emails will be incorporated into the meeting record.
Just think that there's a number on SROs.
Do you have the list of them with you?
I don't have the list. I have the email open.
Okay. Would you read their names?
Sure. I can try and go through this.
I have a quick question before. Are we or are we not incorporating emails that are received after 4 p.m. into the public record as we were stating in our rules?
Well, we had that, although in past meetings, emails received after 4 o'clock have been, so we can do that, I think.
Okay, so I should only read the names of people who sent emails at 7 or earlier. Is that correct?
7 or earlier, yeah.
Okay, so we have someone named Cord Schroeder. Let's see here. Long email. Julie and David Gruth, Armini Johnson, Ezra Kolskan, Bruce Rumini, Tamara Bejima, Shad Barker, John Miner, Cheryl Van Ness, Ashley Orton, Marcus Johnson, Julie Erlinger, Pilar Fisher, Linda Miner, David Bales, Teresa Sweeney, Mary Bunyard, Sherry Langorf, and I think those are all the ones who are in favor of deleting section A on the 11th agenda item. We also have, sorry, I'm just going through these here. We have Sarah Nixon, who wanted to talk about freedom of speech threatened at City Hall. Sorry, that's not on this one here. And Amina Payne already spoke. Please correct me if I missed anybody here that emailed before 7 p.m.
Christina Janik.
Christina Janik is in favor of passing the resolution.
Megan Miracle also. Anne Marie Esposito.
Yes. Thank you.
And John Hayes.
Yes, and John Hayes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to reports of standing committees.
Yes, ma'am. The committee of the whole met last Tuesday, September 8th. On behalf of the committee, I move for approval of ordinance number 2020-09-044, an ordinance ratifying extension of emergency order 2003, temporarily suspending the issuance of special event permits.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Moved by Bill Colebrook, seconded by Julie Lout. Any discussion? Dennis?
Oh, I'm wondering if we got an email from Kurt Borman with a correction on one of the lines in these ordinances.
Yes. We do on both of the emergency order ordinances. There's just some standard language that was left off. So after the text that states passed by the City Council, we will add the language to this ordinance before I sign it. And this ordinance shall be in full force and effect from and after its passage. This ordinance is hereby passed by the affirmative vote, the ayes and nays being called of a majority of the members of the Council of the City of Urbana, Illinois, at a meeting of said council. So that language will be added to both.
So it's as amended.
As amended, yeah. Any other questions or comments? Okay, will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Wu?
Yes.
Ms. Lout?
Yes.
Ms. Hersey?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Mr. Colebrook?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
That motion passes. Next up is ordinance number 2020-09-045, an ordinance ratifying emergency order 2010, which is temporary ban of on-premises consumption of food and beverage within a specific bounded area.
So ma'am, on behalf of the committee, I move for approval.
I'll second.
I'm sorry, I read your ordinance there. So
You did my work for me, thank you.
moved by Bill Colebrook, seconded by, who was that?
Mary Alice
Alice.
Wood.
Okay. Any discussion?
And again, as amended.
Yes, as amended. Mary Alice.
I was just wondering if we had heard back from the restaurants and bars as this impacts, if we have any feedback from them?
Yes, and it's at least one is reporting negative feedback, and they're not sure they will be reopening again. And and another was fearful of the same thing. This is set to expire 5 o'clock on Wednesday. We haven't yet heard from the university what the numbers look like this week. And, we'll have to make a decision in the next day, basically, if this is going to be extended, but it's having a really, it's extremely hard impact on our businesses, not only on Urbana side of things, but Champaign restaurants in the Campustown area have been closed indoor dining for 3 weeks. So it's a tremendously negative impact. So we're hoping that the numbers trend in the right direction, and that personally, I hope this order ends on Wednesday. So we'll keep you posted.
Well, so far the numbers have been trending downwards. I'm not sure what is. It's below 0.5 a positivity rate for the past couple of days, so that's encouraging.
Yeah, I appreciate really the cooperation of the students in doing this. So, any other comments? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Wu?
Yes.
Ms. Lout?
Yes.
Ms. Hersey?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Mr. Colebrook?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
That motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Colebrook. Are there reports from special committees? Seeing none. Reports of officers. I did want to mention that Assistant City Attorney Kurt Borman is present tonight representing the legal department. All right, new business. We have a number of resolutions related to accepting funds from various sources, and many of these are related to COVID relief. So we'll get started. I believe Lori Pearson and Sheila Dodd, or Alyssa JJ.
I think Sheila's probably starting it off.
Okay, thank you.
So the first item is a resolution accepting the local coronavirus urgent remediation emergency support, and that is CURES funding that's coming through the state of Illinois. Urbana has been allocated $1.7 million through a formula looking at number of cases, potential impact. This funding is supposed to be used for the city itself to offset any impact of COVID. So the expense has to be connected to the COVID emergency. It has to be necessary. It cannot fill a shortfall in government revenues. And it's for expenses not funded through another budgeted line item as of March 27th, 2020, which is when the emergency order was put into place. We have to sign the agreement and return it by October 1st, and then we can start getting reimbursed for some of our line items. Some of the things that we are looking at getting reimbursed for are computers so staff can work remotely, or software to allow us to have secure access, so those type of things.
Are there technical questions for Sheila? Can we get them? Oh, Mary Alice?
Do we have any estimate in terms of how much we've spent on these items?
I'm guesstimating, Mary Alice, about 500,000.
Okay.
It's going to be really difficult for us to spend the 1.7 million. We have until November 1st to do a draw of the expenses we've incurred so far. And then we have until December 30th to continue to spend any money. And then November 1st date, the state of Illinois will look at our expenses and our draws and determine if we're not going to be able to use it, they will pull the funds and reallocate it to another community.
Okay.
So there's just a very tight, short turnaround time on this particular grant.
But just to be clear, this is for city expenses. These are
Yes, yes. Yep.
Any other questions? Could we get a motion?
I'll move resolution number 2020-0903-8R, resolution accepting the local COVID urgent remediation emergency care called CURE program in Illinois. Okay.
Is there a second?
I'll make the second.
Moved by Mary Alice, seconded by Dennis. Further discussion? Will the clerk, oh, Bill?
So would it cover expenses that like to help provide outdoor space for restaurants or things like that?
No, it will not. It's really just for what the city has expended. Our small business grants have helped with some of those other expenses that came from a different funding source. But this really is only for city expenses. So like we'll be doing posters that talk about, you know, reopening or that type of thing. That can be because the city's actually paying for it, but the other things we cannot, unfortunately.
It's like in the past when we did the Urbanas to provide basically public space for restaurants to use. I know we weren't able to do that this year because apparently the equipment for the platforms had kind of worn out.
Right.
If we did something like that, could we get reimbursed for it?
All I can say is we can try. It's very tight and limited funding, and they're very specific on what is allowed. So some of the allowable expenses are public health expenses, such as expenses for communication and enforcement by local governments of public health orders, expenses for actions taken to facilitate compliance. So maybe like the toilets that automatically flush and we're not touching them, or hand wash stations, or those type of things that we've made changes in the city building to keep the employees safe. Those could be. But the kind of the test you have to ask yourself, is it a reasonable, necessary expense of a local government to respond to the public health emergency? So it's really more focused on the city, not necessarily the community, unfortunately.
Okay, thanks.
Dennis?
So in the past, when this all began, the city did a considerable amount of purchases of laptops, used laptops and others, to supply to staff so they could work safely from home. Are those purchases covered? They were done earlier, and is there a timeline from which the expenses can be recompensed?
Yeah, anything purchased after March 27th to respond to the pandemic. And that's a great example, Dennis. That definitely would be something, because staff was, for the safety of staff, we are working remotely. And so that would be an eligible expense.
Yeah. And that was an expensive expense, I have a feeling. So good.
Okay. Any further discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Wu?
Yes.
Ms. Laut?
Yes.
Ms. Hersey?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Mr. Colebrook?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
That motion passes. And I would just like to highlight the work of Sheila and Alyssa in administering these grants and navigating these grants. It's just an enormous amount of work, and they've done a really wonderful job of making these funds available to the public as well as to the city. Next up is Resolution 2020-09-039R, which is a resolution approving and authorizing the execution of the Urbana Home Consortium subrecipient agreement with the Champaign County Regional Plan Commission, TBRA.
The Urbana Home Consortium is composed of Champaign, Urbana, and the county. We receive an allocation of funding that we can look at the community and determine the best use. We have some funds from prior year programs that weren't spent, and in light of COVID and the need for rental assistance, we reallocated, or we're recommending reallocating those funds to a tenant-based rental assistance program administered by Champaign County Regional Plan Commission. They have the staffing that they're able to manage the program, and they've done this for many, many years. So rental assistance can be provided up to 2 years for eligible tenants, and it will help, those that are in desperate need right now.
Any technical questions for Sheila? Mary Alice.
So Sheila, can you speak, and we've heard a lot that the eviction moratorium is happening, but there's of course a lot of people whose bills are kind of piling up. How does that interface with this particular grant?
One of the ways that we are partnering it is the first round of COVID funding that the city received that we put out for rent assistance. That assistance I could only do for 3 months. Well, as we see, the pandemic's going on much longer than that. So we can refer those same clients to this so they can continue getting assistance through another pot of money. So it'll just help expand the amount of assistance that's available.
So what I'm hearing you say is even if people don't have an eviction notice, but they're unable to pay their rent due to COVID, they are eligible for this program?
Yes, yep. And we've really marketed it towards the landlords in the community. And so the one that is being used with the CDBG funds, we have had over 30 applications, and the landlords are really helping the tenants kind of navigate the process and are working really closely with staff. And then we're letting them know about this additional pot and have set up procedures where we can refer people once that 3 months of assistance is ended with us to go to this other program.
Thank you. Thank you for all the hard work you've been doing with trying to address this unmet need. We really appreciate it, Sheila.
Well, thank you.
Any other questions on this program or this resolution? Is there a motion?
I guess I'll move again. I will move approval of resolution number 2020-09-039R, resolution approving and authorizing the execution of an Urbana Home Consortium sub-recipient agreement with Champaign County Regional Plan Commission for fiscal year 2020-2021.
I'll second.
Moved by Mary Alice, seconded by Julie. Further discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Wu,
Yes.
Ms. Lout,
Yes.
Ms. Hersey,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Roberts,
Yes.
Mr. Colebrook,
Yes.
Mr. Miller.
Yes.
That motion passes. Next up is resolution number 2020-09-04R, resolution accepting a census implementation grant from Champaign-Urbana Public Health District.
This grant is an extension of the grant that was awarded to the city in February. That particular grant was for about $59,000 and ended June 30th. With the new fiscal year starting, Public Health awarded an additional $20,000 to the city to reimburse us for expenses in trying to get the word out about the census. We've done some major mailings. We've had staff attending events and trying to get the word out. And so this will just help us get reimbursed for that staff time.
Any questions for Sheila? Could we get a motion?
I'll do that. I move resolution 2020-09-040R, a resolution accepting a census implementation grant from the Champaign-Urbana Public Health District for approval.
Second.
Moved by Dennis. Is that Sharice?
Mm-hmm.
Seconded by Sharice. Further discussion. Well, Bill.
I don't know how much more you can do. I'm sure, I mean, $20,000 won't cover a lot, but I saw a sign that by the COVID testing tents on campus to remind students to do the census with a QR code right there on the sign, so they could probably even do it while they were standing in line if there was a line. But I think the tricky part is, especially in the areas that we've received low counts on North Lincoln, the turnover is high, and when they answer the census now, they have to answer it as to where they were living on April 1st. I assume that's the census date. So, you might go to, 10 apartments up there, and half the students are new this year, lived someplace else last year. So it's just hard to reach people. A lot of people have graduated who aren't there anymore. So I don't know. I just thought I'd throw that out there. If you can think of any way to reach graduates that don't live here anymore, or people that lived here in April, or would have lived here in April if they hadn't stopped school, and reach them and remind them to do the census. Because even if they're living in California or wherever now, if they log on to do the census, it's going to ask them where they were April 1st. So if there's any way to reach, people that may have graduated, that might be one more thing to try.
Sure. And city staff has worked really closely with Champaign County RPC, the Public Health, the University of Illinois, and the City of Champaign, and trying to reach all of these hard to reach populations. So it's been happening in a variety of ways, but this small grant really just focuses on city staff and city time. But we're trying to be as creative as possible to reach as many, because as you can see from these other grants, those numbers really count and will make a difference in our community.
We have Sharice.
I just wanted to ask, is this hopefully to cover or to reimburse for the times that people have been at Market at the Square and at various other open air public functions, and they've actually had to put their own time in?
Yes, it will reimburse staff time for that. Or when we canvassed, some of the census tracts and put door hangers on doors, trying to just capture those low response rate census tracts. So it will help recover some of that.
And my other question is, we've gotten, it seems on a federal level, we've gotten a lot of different messaging regarding when the census the count is actually going to end, because I thought I saw somewhere or read somewhere that a federal judge compelled at least the state of California to continue to count up to the 31st of October. So my question is, do we have that same type of directive here in Illinois? Have you heard anything like that?
Yeah, the directive that I've heard, and it's nationally, because we can't have one state have one date and another state have a different date. But the most recent deadline that I have heard is September 30th is when we're due. So we're really, trying to put the push on to get out there and get the information.
Could I remind folks to mute your microphone? We're getting some background noise here. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Wu?
Yes.
Ms. Lout?
Yes.
Ms. Hersey,
Definitely.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Roberts,
Yes.
Mr. Colebrook,
Yes.
Mr. Miller.
Yes.
That motion passes. And I would like to give a shout out to our Deputy City Clerk, Wendy Hundley, to our Communications Coordinator, Bridget Broyhan, to the Community Development staff, and also the City Council members who've helped get the message out about the census. This has just been a perfect storm of challenges with the pandemic. It could not have come at a worse time. So college communities are particularly hard hit because of all the factors that you noted, and we'll have to figure out how to compensate for that as we go forward. But the deadline is September 30th, so we're coming up on that fast. Resolution number 2020-09-041R, which is resolution of the City of Urbana, Champaign County, authorizing the execution of a cooperation agreement between the city and the town of Normal in McLean County, Illinois, and authorizing Normal to exercise the powers of the City of Urbana in connection with an MCC program and loan finance program. It's community development.
The MCC program is being funded through bond cap, which council approved this program in May. Bond cap is allocated by the state of Illinois, so it doesn't come from general funds or grants, but based on your population, you're giving a set dollar amount per person, and you can use that to fund needs in the community. We have funded the Illinois Housing Development Authority, or given them authorization to utilize our bond cap for affordable housing projects. And we've also seeded our bond cap to this mortgage credit certificate program. And we've done both of those programs for several years with a great deal of success, I believe. This year, the group that has normally handled the MCC program has reached out to the town of Normal, and they're going to do it regionally for the state of Illinois. And the town of Normal has asked that we sign this intergovernmental agreement to allow them to administer this program.
And just a quick, there was a typo on the cover page of the agreement. It is between the town of Normal and the city of Urbana, not the city of Urban. So thanks to legal for finding that error.
Any questions for Sheila? Mary Alice.
Sheila, do we have any sense how many people were helped by this program last year? I know we've asked this during the time where we've approved those bonds.
Right. And I did follow up with them after Jared questioned it this past year. And David Roush, who is the manager of the program, said that he thought there was between 12 and 15 people that received the certificate.
Out of Urbana specifically?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Can we get a motion to get this on the floor?
I'll do that again. I move a resolution number 2020-09-041R. It's a resolution of the City of Urbana, Champaign County, Illinois, authorizing the execution of an intergovernmental cooperative agreement between the city of the town of Normal, McLean County, Illinois, Normal, and authorizing Normal to exercise the powers of the City of Urbana, Champaign County, Illinois, in connection with the MCC program and a loan finance program for approval.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Bill Brown? Okay. Further discussion? Sharice?
I just wanted some clarification as to why Normal. I think that's basically the only question I really have. Why are we giving them our powers? Why them?
The ASSIST program has been managed by Sterling Company for several years, and they have reached out to the town of Normal to administer it this year. And I don't I don't know the history of it, Sharice. I can reach out to David Rash and see if I can get more information on why the town of Normal is administering it rather than the Sterling Group.
Or well, why not the city of Urbana? I guess. Why are we giving them our powers? Or why are we not administering it ourselves?
It is a staff-intensive program, and there are 2 of us right now in the grants management. So I would have to outsource it if we had to do it internally because I just don't have the capacity. It is something that's not really governed or there's no administrative costs that a town of Normal is going to get that takes away from anything that Urbana might have gotten. It really just allows them to administer the program for the entire area. And I believe with the resolution, there was a brochure that listed all of the communities that's going to be utilizing the program. And so it makes it a little easier when one person is administering a program for many communities.
Okay, I don't see a brochure, but okay.
Okay, if you didn't get it, I can email it to you.
No, that's okay. No, that's why I'm asking the question. You just answered my
Sure.
question. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Further discussion. Dennis?
Yeah, and it's not really the first time that the city of Urbana has partnered with other partners in doing grant management. We can't do everything ourselves, so we share that burden with other people. And you know, we're doing this partnership with a lot of communities, and so if one of them will just take on the responsibility of doing the administration, we're all happy for that. It relieves our staff from the burden of doing all the management work.
Okay, thank you.
All right, will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Wu,
Yes.
Ms. Lout,
Yes.
Ms. Hersey,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Roberts,
Yes.
Mr. Colebrook,
Yes.
Mr. Miller.
Yes.
That motion passes. Per the direction earlier, we will remove items 5 and 6 from the agenda. So we're at number 7, which is approval of consolidated social service fund for the fiscal year 2021 allocations. Alyssa.
So on August 24th, I presented our funding recommendations for 17 programs. Danielle had spoke earlier tonight about the programs the township is going to fund. So I'm bringing the city funding programs to you. A note to the spreadsheet that was attached is that we will not be funding Channing Murray, and that will be taken over by the township. So that leaves us with 8 programs by the city. Chris will be receiving $15,000, Crisis Nursery $10,000, Don Moyer $8,000, Eastern Illinois Food Bank $7,500, Family Service Home Care $6,000, Family Service Meals on Wheels $5,500, and that will also be funded by the Community Development Block Grant Program, and I will speak on that as the next agenda item. And then the Regional Planning Commission Youth Assessment Center will receive $10,000 and RACES $5,000.
Any questions for Alyssa? Okay, can we get a motion, please?
I move to approve the Consolidated Social Service Fund for fiscal year 2021 allocations.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Moved by Julie, seconded by Bill Colebrook. Further discussion. Sharice, and then Bill.
There were just a couple of services, and it's probably kind of late to say anything. A couple of services that I was wondering why they weren't considered, and one is First Followers, and I know that they work out of a church, and I was also wondering about the And I imagine it's probably because it's under Urbana Park District STEAM after school at Canaan Academy.
Therese, this is Sheila. I can speak to the first followers.
Okay.
We are working really closely with them for access to the home funding versus this pot of money because it will
Okay.
allow them to get capacity building dollars and really help them grow their program. So it wasn't that they didn't have a good program, it was that there's a better pot of money. When you have such a small amount to spread out to a lot of agencies, we tried to look at the best pot for the agency.
Okay, thank you. Because I know that they work with people coming out of prison and trying to help them reacclimate into the community and so on and so forth. So I
Yeah, they have a
thought,
wonderful program.
yeah, a wonderful program. And for Canaan, is that because it's coming out of the school district or because it works with the school district? I mean, not school district or park district?
That one is because of the park district, yes.
Okay. So they're being funded from the park through the park district? Alyssa?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay, will the clerk, oh, Bill, sorry.
I just wondered if we needed to specify in our motion that the $8,000 to Channing Murray, we're leaving that out, right? Because that's being done by the township.
Correct. Yes, I would, yeah.
So accept the recommendations without the 8,000 for Channing Murray. Okay.
Would you like to restate that in your motion, Julie?
Sure. So I move that we approve the Consolidated Social Service Fund for the fiscal year 2021 allocations minus the $8,000 to the Channing Murray Foundation.
Does that work, Alyssa?
Yes.
Okay, and is Bill Colbrook, is that all right as a seconder? Okay,
I will second it.
great. All right. Can the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Wu,
Yes.
Ms. Lout, Ms. Lout,
Yes, yes. It's on a different
Ms.
page.
Hersey,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Roberts,
Yes.
Mr. Colebrook,
Yes.
Mr. Miller.
Yes.
That motion passes. Next up is resolution number 2020-09-044R, resolution approving City of Urbana Community Development Block Grant Agreement, which is the Family Service Project. Is this Alyssa?
So every year the city receives an allocation of community development block grant funds. And part of that requirement to administer those funds is that we have to put out an annual report. So in our annual action plan, we've already set aside $5,000 for Consolidated Social Service Fund. And in previous meetings, we've discussed the budget for the program with council. So basically our recommendation is to fund Family Service Meals on Wheels program with this $5,000. Their total grant agreement would be $5,500. So the remaining $500 would come from city general funds. And attached would be the resolution and the grant agreement.
Any technical questions for Alyssa on this one? Mary Alice.
So Alyssa and Sheila, I know we've talked about Meals on Wheels quite a bit in the Social Services Committee. Is this going to have, is it just money that is going to be given to Meals on Wheels, or is this going to include a decrease in the payment that an Urbana resident would need to pay?
This would be a decrease in payments so that it is a benefit to Urbana residents.
Okay.
Thanks. Any other questions? Sharice.
Yeah. Okay, so looking at this resolution and the one that we just passed, because it says that Family Service Meals on Wheels, $5,500 recommended, but that's going to be CBDG money. It's not going to be the the other, the Consolidated Social Service Fund, correct?
500 of it will be from city funds, but both items are from like the budget for the program in general. So our CSSF has 3 pots of money. So Township, Community Development Block Grants, and City General Funds.
Okay.
Any other questions? Is there a motion?
Let me just make a comment. Yeah.
Can we get a motion on the floor first, Dennis?
Sure.
Would you like to move?
Yeah, I'll do that then.
Okay.
I move resolution 2020-09-004, a resolution approving City of Urbana Community Development Block Grant Agreement, Family Service Project 2021 CSP for approval.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Moved by Dennis, seconded by Bill Colbrick. And now your comment, Dennis.
Yeah, I just want to say that it wasn't in this state, but I enrolled my mom in the Meals on Wheels program, and it served her warm meals once a day for about 3 years before she passed away. And it was a vital event in her life to keep her going, to keep her well fed while we were not present at the house. And it was a wonderful experience for her because she would wait for that person to come at 10:45 every day. It was a way that that individual checked on her health and that fact that she was in good shape. So it had multiple good benefits besides serving the elderly community. I'm a great fan.
And during COVID, it may be, especially if people are isolated at home, it may be the only contact they have with someone else sometimes.
Yeah, it's very important for people that are elderly to have a decent meal. And
Yeah.
this assures that this can happen. It's a great program.
Okay, any other discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Wu,
Yes.
Ms. Lout,
Yes.
Ms. Hersey,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Roberts,
Yes.
Mr. Colebrook,
Yes.
Mr. Miller.
Yes.
That motion passes. Next item is ordinance 2020-09-046, which is an ordinance revising the annual budget ordinance, budget amendment number 2. This allows us to actually implement the acceptance of all these different grants. Elizabeth Hannon will speak to this. If you're muted, Elizabeth.
I think Sheila could cover this.
Okay.
If we can't get Elizabeth. Sheila, you comfortable with that?
No, I apologize. I had thought Sheila was covering this, so.
Yeah, I certainly
let her do
can.
it. Okay.
This follows up on all of the previous applications. So in order to accept the money, we have to amend the budget. So this will allow us to accept and enter into the budget the census grant. We do need to make a change since we are pulling off the emergency solutions grant. We need to take that section out of this budget ordinance and bring it forward whenever we bring the new agreements forward. But this will allow us to accept the census grant and the others that we mentioned previously.
So just to clarify, Sheila, we need to pull out under Community Development Grant Fund, under Revenues, item 33150533, which is the Emergency Solutions Grant.
The 41340, yes, Emergency
Okay.
Solutions Grant, yes.
And then
there's, go ahead.
And under expenditures, it's 3315, let's see, 52,800 and 59,330.
Yes, for the Emergency Solutions Grant.
Okay. Is there anything else we need to pull out of there?
No.
Okay. Questions on this one? Can we get a motion, please?
All right, I'll do it again. I move ordinance number 2020-09-046, an ordinance revising the annual budget ordinance with the budget amendment number 2 omnibus with the omission of the funding for revenues and income referring to the Emergency Solutions Grant, which has been removed from this docket today for approval.
Thank you. Is there a second?
A second.
Further discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Wu,
Yes.
Ms. Lout,
Yes.
Ms. Hersey,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Roberts,
Yes.
Mr. Colebrook,
Yes.
Mr. Miller.
Yes.
That motion passes. Next up is ordinance 2020-09-047, an ordinance approving a major variance at 102 West Pennsylvania Avenue. This is Zoning Board of Appeals case number 2020-MAJ-03.
We're going to need Jason to let Catherine Trotter in as a panelist, please, so that she can give the presentation. Excellent, here she is.
Hi, everybody. Let me share my screen real quick. All right. So I have a case 2020 major variance 03 for 102 West Pennsylvania Avenue. Mark and Fran Ansel request a major variance to allow a garage to encroach 14.5 feet into the required 15-foot front yard at 102 West Pennsylvania Avenue. The applicants have tuned in remotely to answer any questions you may have. And prior to the ZBA meeting, we received 2 communications, both in favor of the major variance. The applicants seek a major variance to allow a garage to encroach into the required front yard setback. 102 West Pennsylvania Avenue is a corner lot at the corner of Broadway Avenue and Pennsylvania Avenue. There is a required yard or front yard on each street frontage, and the location map on the screen shows the parcel. The parcel is roughly 0.28 acres. The lot is 63 feet wide and 193 feet deep. And the applicants received a major variance in 2008 to allow them to build a 24-foot by 24-foot garage that would encroach 14.5 feet into the required 15-foot front yard along Broadway Avenue. But they were unable to build the garage that was approved in 2008 due to personal reasons. They now seek a variance to allow a slightly larger garage, 24 feet by 30 feet, to encroach into the required front yard with the same 6-inch setback from the east property line. A new variance is required because the request is substantially different and the existing concrete slab will not be reused. That was a condition of the 2008 major variance. Here's a zoning map of the property. The site is zoned R2 single family residential. The parcels surrounding the property are also zoned R2. Nearby are the Urbana Middle School, Urbana High School to the north, and Blair Park to the southeast. And garages are allowed by right in the R2 zoning district, but they cannot be located in the required front yard. This shows the position of the garage as it exists now and the right-of-way off of Broadway Avenue. The existing garage already encroaches 9.5 feet into the required front yard. A major variance is necessary because there's a bald cypress tree on the property that is 3 feet from the existing property line. The tree is over 50 years old with a diameter of 8 feet and a circumference of 24 feet. The variance would allow the new garage to be built as far as possible from the bald cypress tree. And the bald cypress tree and the existing garage have been on the property since the applicants purchased the home. The existing garage is deteriorating and needs to be replaced. The city arborist and the applicant's personal arborist have acknowledged the significance of the tree and the importance of its preservation. The applicants could build a garage without a variance, but to keep it out of the front yard would require the bald cypress tree to be removed. The applicants have invested time and money into caring for the tree and would like to preserve and protect it however possible. The variance would allow them to build the new garage as far away from the tree as possible to minimize any damage to the root system. So this slide shows the larger than average right-of-way along Broadway Avenue. The right-of-way along Broadway Avenue is particularly wide for a right-of-way in the city of Urbana, and it's measured at 82.5 feet. The right-of-way extends 25 feet 9 inches west of the curb to the applicant's property line. While the variance would allow the garage to be built 6 inches from the property line, it would still be set back from Broadway Avenue by 26 feet 3 inches. The garage could be or cannot be built further south due to the location of the house. It could not be built further west or north without causing damage to the tree. To best protect the tree and to allow the applicants to reuse their existing driveway and curb cut, the only logical place to put the tree or to put the garage is in the required front yard. This shows the standard ordinance, standard right-of-way width of 60 feet. Here's some photos of the existing property. This is the existing garage and the bald cypress tree. This shows the curb cut on Broadway Avenue looking west. So the site plan shows the existing garage, the proposed garage in the aforementioned 2008 major variance, and the proposed garage in the 2020 major variance. To summarize, staff found that the case meets all of the requirements for a major variance. The 82-foot wide right-of-way along Broadway Avenue creates practical difficulty on the lot. The bald cypress tree on the property also creates practical difficulty. If the tree were not on the property, the applicants could build a proposed garage by right in the rear yard. The proposed variance will not serve as special privilege because the bald cypress tree and the wide right-of-way along Broadway Avenue create special circumstances that necessitate the variance. Approving a variance to request or to reduce the required front yard setback at 102 West Pennsylvania Avenue will not be a special privilege, as the garage will be consistent with the surrounding neighborhood. The applicants did not deliberately cause the situation. The bald cypress tree in the rear yard of the property has been there for over 50 years. And the applicants did not build the existing garage on the property, which also encroaches into the front yard. This is a preliminary drawing of the proposed garage. The garage will be built as close to the existing property or existing garage footprint as possible without harming the bald cypress tree. Granting the variance will allow for preservation of the bald cypress tree, which is significant to the essential character of the neighborhood. The garage will not be located any further or any closer to the neighboring property to the north than the existing garage is now. And the proposed garage will not significantly alter the appearance of the property from Broadway Avenue. The variance represents the minimum deviation from the zoning ordinance that will allow for the preservation of the bald cypress tree. The proposed garage will encroach 14.5 feet into the front yard, but it will still be set back off of Broadway Avenue by 26 feet 3 inches. At the August 19th, 2020 meeting, the Zoning Board of Appeals voted with 6 ayes and 0 nays to forward this case to the Urbana City Council with the recommendation to approve the request with the following condition: that the garage generally conforms to the site plan as shown in Ordinance Attachment A. The Urbana City Council has the following options: approve the ordinance with certain terms and conditions, or deny the ordinance. And staff recommends that the City Council approve the request for major variance under the condition that the garage generally conforms to the site plan in Ordinance Attachment A. And I can take any questions you may have now, and the applicant should be on as well.
Any technical questions for Kat? Dennis?
Yes. I was looking at attachment A, which is the site plan. And I see that the proposed garage is wider facing Broadway now than the original garage that exists there today. Is that correct?
Then the one that exists there today, yes, correct.
And it moves up slightly to the edge of their property land, but is it true then that it does not enter the setback? It's on their property line, but it's not into the setback that's, you were saying was 86.6 feet or something, the width of the unusually large setback for Broadway?
The right of way, yeah, it does not enter the right of way. It is still entirely on private property.
Yeah, so it's only coming forward slightly toward Broadway, but it'll be approaching, it'll be a little closer to Pennsylvania, but still in the backyard of this house. Is that right?
It's technically the front yard because it's a corner lot. But yes.
I see. All right. All right. So that's not such a great change from the position it's in. And my concern was that it would be encroaching into the right of way considerably, but I don't see that it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bill Brown?
I noticed that there's no sidewalk on that side of the street, but on the other side of Broadway, where there is a sidewalk, they greatly bent it toward the street after it went across at the corner. So it wouldn't, normally the sidewalk would run along pretty close to the property line, but in this case, since there's such a wide right-of-way there, it looks like if there was to be a sidewalk there at some point, it would be probably halfway between the street and the garage, or closer to the street, more like it is on the other side of the street. Is that a safe assumption?
I would say that's a safe assumption. We talked about this with Public Works, and I don't think that there is plan to put in sidewalk at this location or to widen the road. But in any case, it would be in right of way, not on private property.
Yeah, and it looks like there's plenty of space there. And I just, I don't know, it's probably not the right time to comment, but I would say that lot, they've done a really nice job with the landscaping of city property there. I really appreciate the beauty of that lot, especially being there on the corner of Blair Park. So people that are coming walking to and from Blair Park, I've seen on several occasions taking pictures of their corner there and everything. So I think, you know, they've really done a nice job with the city property there.
Any other questions for Kat? Is there a motion to get this on the floor?
Sure, of course. I'll move ordinance number 2020-09-047, an ordinance approving a major variance at 102 West Pennsylvania Avenue, zoning board of review case, ZBA case, number 2020-MAJ-03 for approval.
I'll second.
Moved by Dennis, seconded by Bill Brown. Further discussion? Mary Alice.
I just want to thank the property owners for thinking of ways that they could save their tree that they've so carefully taken care of. So that's my only comment.
Any other discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Wu,
Yes.
Ms. Loud,
Yes.
Ms. Hersey,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Roberts,
Yes.
Mr. Colebrook,
Yes.
Mr. Miller.
Yes.
That motion passes. Last action item on the agenda is resolution number 2020-09-05R, resolution regarding the future of the school resource officer program, intergovernmental agreement with Urbana School District 116. And this was brought by council members Lout and Miller. So would you like to speak to this?
Sure, I'll bring it forward. This was a resolution in response to a call from the community to acknowledge that the city of Urbana would not essentially get in the legal way of the school districts or the school district vote to end the SRO program. There's not a whole lot more to it than that. I know and understand that there's probably an amendment that's going to be made to this. And I don't know if anybody wants to ask any questions about what's in the original form. I think really the biggest difference from what I understand from the form that we've proposed and the form that the amendment that I'm sure is going to be offered is that we get rid of under the now therefore in section 1, the letter of A, where it says the city deems the agreement to expire at the end of the then current quarter. I don't know if there's any questions from other council members for this version of it, or if I should just put forward a motion to get it on the floor, and if amendments are going to be made, they can be made, and we can discuss those things.
I'm going to ask if Councilmember Lout had any comment first, and then sure we'll entertain a motion.
I didn't have anything additional to add.
Okay. Any questions?
In that case, I will. Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't want to have any questions for me before. I guess it all goes into council discussion anyway. So.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and make the motion that. Pull my agenda back up. That. We pass resolution number 2020-09-045R, resolution regarding the future of the school resource program intergovernmental agreement with Urbana School District 116.
I'll second it.
Is there discussion? Bill Brown.
Yeah, I have an amendment. So yeah, it would remove the part A of section 1 and combine it all into one sentence. So section 1 would read, in the event that the school district wishes to terminate, suspend, or amend, I added or amend, the school resource officer program intergovernmental agreement, then at such time the city will work with the school district to develop a financial exit strategy that's mutually acceptable to both parties. And then I also added or amend under the second whereas, agreements may be ended or amended by affirmation of all participating bodies. I think the main purpose was we wanted to just communicate to the school board that we want to be flexible. If they decide that changes are needed, we're willing to be flexible and work with them on changing the agreement. We aren't going to try to sue them for the full 2 years worth. If they decide to terminate, if they want to terminate it early, we're willing to work with them. So the only other thing I would add to the amendment that I didn't, when I sent out the version earlier, I said I was going to offer the amendment. I noticed later that the officer is missing. It's actually regarding the future of the school resource officer program. That's how the original agreement was titled. So instead of school resource program in 3 places, it should say school resource officer program. So I'll move to amend the resolution with those changes.
And I'll second that amendment.
It's moved by Bill, seconded by Mary Alice. Discussion on that amendment. Julie, please unmute.
Oh, I was just going to say Bill Holbrook had his hand up first. If
sorry. Go ahead, Bill.
I guess just in general, just my comments for both the original resolution and then the amended one. I just think both of these are extremely untimely and unneeded at the moment. We've spoken in the past about how the relationship between the City Council, City of Urbana, and the school district is one of cooperation, not an adversarial one. We know that the school district is actively working on the school resource officer issue. And I just want to reiterate, I think it's our job just to let the Urbana School District do their job, do their due diligence, and for us at the moment to keep out of it. I know that other council members have opinions that that we should be giving guidance, but I think this appears to be heavy-handed. I think this appears to be, at least from my perspective, too much government intervention by us at the moment. And in addition, I think tonight we've seen an outpouring of support for the SROs, not only to take the clause A out of the original resolution, but just in general support for the SROs. And I don't think that we should be voting on either one of these, quite frankly. I think we would have been more wise to defer or table any resolution either today or what's offered today into something that could be thought out a little bit more and done at a time where we're not getting in the way of the school district.
Other comments? Julie.
Yeah, thank you, Bill. I appreciate your comments on that. I wanted to say that I was responding to a certain degree of communication that I received, not today as part of the City Council public comments, but from other people concerned about the discussions as the school board was moving forward with making decisions that urgently need to be made regarding their budget, which we know we will be coming into these same decisions and having to make some changes to our budget, and that there was concern about the budgetary impact that the possibility of continuing the contract would be. And this would be a way for us to signal our sort of solidarity with the school board in terms of supporting them in working collaboratively with them if they were to decide to change, amend, whatever. So I do support the proposed amendment to the resolution that Bill proposed and Mary Alice supported because I feel like it still fills the intent behind bringing the resolution from my perspective.
Any other comments? Dennis and then Jared.
Well, okay, so I've heard from a couple people also who suggested that the school board's going to be making budgetary decisions at a meeting tomorrow night, and that perhaps we should just allow them to due process their own business. We've already had conversation. The mayor has already had a conversation with the school board. And Mayor, can you tell me, was it the school board's superintendent or was it the full board that you talked to earlier this week?
City staff and I had a meeting with the superintendent and her staff last Thursday, and we discussed the budgetary challenges that both the city and the district are facing. The city acknowledged the challenges that the district is facing right now. We both, emphasized how we've had a long and productive working relationship and expect that to continue. We started exploring options that would help relieve the financial burden of paying for these officers right now while students aren't in schools. And we committed to exploring options and working in a way, working our way through this. So we haven't decided anything yet, but I assured Superintendent Ivory Tatum that the city, as always, is going to be a collaborative partner in this approach, and we'll get things figured out. We're all in the same boat here, and the school district and city have had a long relationship working together. We have many other intergovernmental agreements, and some in place right now. So I think we can get this thing worked out. And we're facing, no one anticipated COVID-19 when these agreements were signed. So like everything else, we're looking at uncharted waters, but we'll work our way through it.
So one thing one could do right now would be to just wait a little bit before we actually take up this resolution to vote on it. We could bring this back next week, to pass it if we wanted to, which perhaps would then be kind of a thoughtful thing to do to allow the decision to be made by the school board within the school board conversation meeting during their meeting tomorrow night. I don't know if they're going to resolve it or not tomorrow night, but it is apparently a budget meeting, so they're going to be talking about their intent to either fund or unfund these officers. The mayor, when I talked to you earlier today, you were correcting me on my thought. My impression was that these officers being part of our police force would then be reassigned to duties within the police department. Would you comment upon whether that's a correct understanding of what would happen?
Sure. Well, if you remember, these were 2 positions added to our authorized staffing level for the city. So if the most, one extreme, if these officers were removed from the schools, we wouldn't automatically be able to, we would not automatically absorb those 2 positions back into the city roster of sworn officers, because it would put us 2 above. So there's consequences
because their salaries were being not paid by us, but by
right. Yeah, these were 2 positions added to fulfill the terms of the contract.
And these were added at whose request?
The school districts.
The school district.
Yeah. Chief Seraphin is on. He might be able to speak to more detail, but basically it's not just a simple matter of, oh, we'll slide them back into the city's staff for a while and then they can come back. That's not how it would work.
So I don't know, Brian, you're here now. So I guess you were going to maybe clarify whether the 2 resource officers would be absorbed back into the city's police department with different duties.
So the mayor was correct. As far as funding, we don't have the funding to support these 2 extra officers, at least for any sort of long period of time. So no, these were added at the request of the joint effort of the school and the department and the city, if you will, moving forward last fall. So we would have to look at some arrangements, and whether that is how we would exactly be able to do that, I guess depends on the time, depends on the relationship, the negotiations as we try to sort through some of those issues. So it's not quite as simple as just we take them back and pay for their salaries. No.
And does the city or the school cover not only their income, but their benefits?
So and I see Elizabeth Hannon is still hanging around, so I might ask her to help me with this. So I hear this quite a bit. You'll hear that, well, these officers are making this ridiculous sum of money. The officers, when we developed this, were I think costed out at about a 10-year veteran officer, and I think that's in the neighborhood of $74,000 or $75,000. The remaining costs, Elizabeth will speak to momentarily. In addition, that's how we also prorated then replacement of equipment, whether that's cars, computers for the squad cars, cameras for the squad cars, all of those things we had then prorated out. So the cost isn't simply half of an SRO for their salary. I don't know if you want to add on to that, Elizabeth.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, their salary, which Bryant is correct, that's a little less than 75,000 each, but a big part of the cost is certainly pension benefits, and that's not an optional thing. So the cost with all of that in is about $160,000 annually for each officer, which the school district is picking up. Plus there are some one-time costs that, as part of the original negotiation to implement this, we agreed to front And that was about 50,000 for each officer to purchase the vehicle and the laptop and the radio that goes in the vehicle and all the equipment that goes with a police officer. We paid that up front, and the plan was that we would recover that in smaller annual amounts over the life of the agreement.
So we bought the cars and the equipment for these officers. That was our part of the service to the school district, right?
Correct.
Is there a reason why they never just hired their own independent security officers?
I think, and that's probably a question the superintendent could answer, excuse me, a little bit better than I could. I believe at this point it has to do with some of these long ongoing relationships and sort of the ability for the officers. So much of what they do has to do with not just standing in a door as a security guard might, but being as a part of their sort of school team. And so that's why we have things like different programs and youth assessment centers and things like that, that the officers are well aware of. In addition, the officers will also know more about, because of their affiliation with the department, they'll know more about what's happening within the outside the walls of the school, and then be able to sort of facilitate perhaps a response, or making sure that the 7th hour or 1st hour algebra class, if student A and student B are fighting the night before, they will know that. So I think there was a variety of different factors as to why they chose not to go with a simple security officer.
All right, so just my commentary, I guess, on this, it would seem to me that it's kind of a complex question to resolve. It's really the school district has to make this decision. We're going to be merely trying to cooperate with them in whatever direction it's taking. And it seems to me that we would be more informed to make this decision after their meeting this week, because then we would know specifically how to respond to them. And so I would say, I would propose that we just defer the topic till next week.
Okay, we have a comment from Councilmember Lout.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that if you read the wording of go ahead, Jared. His hand was up before me.
Oh.
Nope, he's saying no. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that there's nothing in this agreement, or this resolution, if we pass it tonight, that says that the school board has to do anything. The school board's welcome to keep it exactly the way it is, where the resolution simply says that if they choose, which we know has been a conversation amongst them, to make a change, that we will work with them on it. That's all the resolution says. It is not making a decision. It's not debating. It's simply, it's an if then. It's not any kind of heavy-handed, it's not, yeah.
And the focus is on the resolution. Jared.
Yeah, I would just reiterate, Dennis, what Julie was saying. Really, this came from questions that were raised at the last school board meeting by school board members who were concerned about the city possibly suing them if they were to discontinue the SRO program. And through that channel of concern, this is something Julie and I felt like we should bring forward as a response to let them know that we're not adversarial to them. We're not, trying to tell them what to do. We're just telling them that we'll support their decision if they choose to do that, and we'll work with them to make that happen. We're talking about the amendment. I just wanted to share a thought that I understand the reasons why folks want to essentially take out the time frame from it, but I'm also concerned that just leaves an endless amount of time to resolve the issue if they decide to do it, which makes the any vote to resolve it basically an empty gesture, in my opinion. Because if there's unless they do it in a resolution of their own and they put a time limit on it, we don't have a time limit, they don't have a time limit, nobody's got a time limit, and we basically agreed to let them continue the program indefinitely because no one has put a time limit on it. And, maybe it is not our position to do that, I guess, is what people are going to argue here, since obviously folks thought about putting that in there, but I'm just putting forward my thoughts to you guys that without it in there, I'm not saying, the current quarter has to be the specific language. Perhaps we could change it to the quarter following. I mean, I don't know how long it's going to take to figure it out, or if we just use a time of 12 weeks or something along those lines, or by year ends. But that's the only argument that I would make. I'm not against the amend add to that. I mean, I'm sure that I'm not going to win leaving it the way that it is on that, but just my thoughts to you guys on that, on the time frame part.
I can tell you from the conversations with the school district, they're interested in working something out as soon as they can too. So, this is time sensitive. Bill, did I see a hand? Bill Colbrick or no?
I did, but I'll let Bill Brown go ahead.
Okay, Bill Brown.
Yeah, just to the second whereas says the city acknowledges that the intergovernmental agreements may be ended or amended by affirmation of all participating bodies. That's just fact. I mean, we have an intergovernmental agreement. If they want to change it, they can propose an amendment. If we wanted to change it, we could propose an amendment. It didn't specifically lay out in the agreement how it would be amended, but when it's silent on that, then it's handled the same way the original document was. So that amendment, if proposed by either side, would lay out the details as far as when they wanted the services to end, and would also involve the financial details as far as what the city thinks they have sunk into it and what kind of cost recovery they have to work out. It's not unlike the agreements we have, say, with UBA that have come into question because they couldn't do Sweet Corn Festival. And so we're in talks with them about changing some of those terms and things. Intergovernmental agreements have to be a little bit flexible. And I think this just kind of indicates that. I agree that, we heard there was conversation at the school board and that there was some argument brought forth that maybe one reason they should not talk about it is because they would be sued for 2 years worth of salaries. And I think we just wanted to make clear that, if you're going to make a decision on this, make it based on what your needs are for the school resource officers, not some threat of lawsuits from the city. We just want to indicate that we're willing to work with the city or work with the school district and school board to accomplish whatever they decide.
Sharice, your hand's up.
Yeah. Bill, Colebrook, did you want to go first? Because your hand's been up a couple of times.
But you haven't spoke yet on this issue. I'll let you go ahead.
I apologize to the people who are in the corners of my screen. I don't always.
I know I have the same problem.
Help me look from side to side.
I guess all I wanted to say was that kind of like what Bill Brown just said, is that with the intergovernmental agreement, I've always, I guess, assumed too that there was that should one of the parties want to amend the agreement, that wouldn't be a problem. That's what you do with contracts in general. But the other thing is that and I also had heard that somebody was saying something on the school board about possibly being sued, and just that being brought up doesn't make it so. That somebody assumes that that's what would happen, that the city would sue them. I don't think we'd get very far if that was the pattern of behavior that the city of Urbana seemed to have in intergovernmental agreements, and I don't think that it has that type of reputation. So my assumption would be, of course, if the school district needed to amend the contract on some level, that we would be more than willing as a an entity also to negotiate terms of suspension or termination. My one thing is that what happens to the police officers having, let's say that there is an amendment to the agreement that the SRO program is suspended, not terminated, but suspended until later, until kids get back into the building or something. Then what happens with that, with the police officers in the meantime, with the equipment in the meantime? I don't know, Brian or Elizabeth?
Well, I can answer that. I mean, that is
Okay.
what the negotiations would center on. We just don't know yet. There's a lot of different options possible, and that's what the discussions have to focus on. So I don't know. We can't answer that right now.
Okay.
But the point is, we need the time to be able to do that. And this resolution is flexible enough that it would allow that.
Flexible as amended.
As amended, yes. Bill Colbrook.
I just kind of want to go back to my original point and also speak in regards to what other council members have said is, number one, we understand that we have a fiduciary duty to the citizens of Urbana. Going back to the original resolution, it was faulty. It was faulty as written. I don't know who wrote it, but the legal staff weighed in and commented that paragraph A would have impacted the city financially greatly, and it needed to come out. And there was enough probably reaction to that I think this amended version came along. Well, to me, all that is trying to make a bad situation better. And I don't think that it makes it better to the point that we should be passing it. I agree with Dennis Roberts that I just think this is just a tad too soon. We can bring this issue up later, perhaps next week, or whatever is the most appropriate time. I just think that we're trying to jam a square peg in a round hole, just for reasons that I just really don't understand. When we can sit on the sidelines just for a few more weeks, maybe 1 week, let the school board do their business, and then we can weigh in.
Now we have an amended motion on the floor. Does anyone want to comment on that? Can the clerk please remind me, we vote on this amended motion first?
Yes.
Okay, so it's been amended. It was originally moved by Councilmember Miller, seconded by Loud. It was amended by Councilmember Bill Brown, seconded by Councilmember Mary Alice, with the addition of the word officer in 3 spaces and the language that was circulated to council. Is there, Mary Alice?
I wanted to say, Bill and Dennis, I understand that you want the school board to have an opportunity to look through their budget and look through what their needs are going to be for this year, given the uncertainty that we have with COVID and in-person teaching. And I agree with you that this is a school board, primarily a school board. District needs to come to their own resolution in terms of how they want to proceed. I think that this resolution amendment that is proposed simply kind of assuages some of those fears that have been voiced from school board members. And this doesn't really say that they have to do something. This is just letting them know officially that we are willing to work with them to meet their needs and something that works for the city as well. So for that reason, I mean, I second in the motion. I agree with it. It's just something that I think that we as a city council should do, just so that we can communicate that to the school board.
Okay. Are you ready to vote?
Bill had a question. Bill Colbrook.
Bill Colbrook.
I just had a reaction to Mary Alice, your comment. I mean, I appreciate the fact that multiple people have said that a school board member mentioned something about, whether Urbana will sue the school district. And then, you know, we're all reacting because of that. So now here I sit on the Urbana City Council, and because of the school resource officer, and now in open forum, if I, Bill Colebrook, say, oh, well, you know, what if we do A, B, or C? Will the school district sue us? Do we think that the school district should then react because of that? Just because I, as a council member, said something about suing somebody, that they should be passing resolutions? Yeah, I just think it's silly just because somebody on the school board was maybe talking out loud whether Urbana, you know, would sue them or not. We've heard, you know, multiple comments from the mayor and from other city folks that we're not suing the school district. And I just think that's a false narrative from the beginning.
Okay, I think it's time to vote. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Okay, you know you're voting on the amendment first, right?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Wu,
Yes.
Ms. Lout,
Yes.
Ms. Hersey,
Yeah.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Roberts,
Okay, I'll say yes. I prefer the amendment.
Mr. Colebrook,
No.
Mr. Miller.
No.
That motion passes. And now we're voting on the resolution as amended. Is that correct, Phyllis?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Should we read it? Do you want me to read it so people know what
Yes,
we're voting on? Okay.
Yes.
This is a resolution regarding the future of the School Resource Officer Program Intergovernmental Agreement with Urbana School District 116. Whereas the City of Urbana, Illinois City and Urbana School District number 116, the school district entered into a School Resource Officer Program Intergovernmental Agreement to commence January 1st, 2020. And whereas the city acknowledges that intergovernmental agreements may be ended or amended by affirmation of all participating bodies. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Urbana-Champaign County, Illinois as follows. Section 1. In the event that the school district wishes to terminate, suspend, or amend the School Resource Officer Program Intergovernmental Agreement, then at such time the city will work with the school district to develop a financial exit strategy that is mutually accepted to both parties. Okay. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Okay. Ms. Wu,
Yes.
Ms. Lout,
Yes.
Ms. Hersey,
No.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Roberts,
I'll go along with this. I'll say, okay, fine.
Mr. Colebrook,
No.
Mr. Miller.
Yes.
That motion passes. Next item on the agenda, discussion item, City Administrator and Chief Seraphin on next steps based on the Hillard Hines report from last week.
I'll begin if that's okay.
Sure.
Just wanted to begin by laying out the process that we intend to use to amend the use of force policy. And what we plan to do is to create a web page that is for the purpose of educating the public and putting them on notice that we intend to rewrite this policy. And among the items that we would have for their consumption would be the policy itself, the Hillard Hines report, where we got numerous recommendations for updating the policy. We would include a link to the 10 shared principles, the report on the President's Task Force on 21st Century Policing, and anything else that anyone would like to suggest that they think is germane to informing the rewrite of the policy. Then we would leave several weeks for written input from the public. And what we would like to do is create a devoted email address for that purpose so that all of that can be funneled clearly funneled to this effort. And then we could have auto forwards of that email to the council, so the council would in real time be getting all that information that we're receiving. And among the things that we would be soliciting from people are specific language changes to the existing policy that they would want to suggest, any more general suggestions about what they would like us to include or exclude, references to any model ordinances that they're aware of that they would like to call to our attention, sample ordinances from other jurisdictions, and anything else that is that they think would be useful. Then we would take another several weeks. I would think it would probably be at least a month before we would be able to digest all of that, because I'm expecting that we'll get quite a bit of feedback. And then we would develop a draft policy. Then we would publish that draft policy for additional public input and council review. And then after that second round of feedback and input, we would develop and publish the final use of force policy.
Jared.
Can you go over that timeline real quick one more time, Carol?
Sure, and it's not, I mean, it's not set in stone by any means, but we would begin, we have to set up a website and we have to create this email address, which is not going to take long. We would create links to a variety of things. So after that is created, we would announce to the public that we are our intent to rewrite the policy and invite their participation, and we would allow several weeks, I'm thinking 2 to 3 weeks, for written suggestions, and we can make a variety, and we'll illustrate what we're looking for as I just suggested. And then after receiving that input, we would take about another several weeks to rewrite the policy. And as I suggested, given everything that's going on, I think that would take us at least 4 weeks. So it would be 2 to 3 weeks of initial comments and suggestions, time for our internal process that I think would take at least a month. And then we would publish a draft, and then we would have another 2 to 3 weeks of comment, and then we would finalize the policy.
So that sounds like 3 months?
Yeah, I think 3 months is realistic.
Okay.
Julie?
I'd like to urge toward the end of the opportunity for written comment that we have a couple of opportunities for public listening, because I think that that's a really valuable opportunity for people to hear other people speaking, and that they don't get in terms of public and community development of ideas when people are just writing in on their own. So I would be supportive of just having a couple of, not during our council meetings, but during, depending on when we see that timeline, setting something in an afternoon or a weekend, something in the evening, where it would just be a listening opportunity for people to sort of toward the end of that, or perhaps once the first draft is finished, something like that, to be sure that we're getting an opportunity for those people who feel best, feel better about being able to comment in public, that would be something I would advocate for.
Okay. I think we can incorporate that.
Good idea. Jared?
I'd just piggyback on that and say that I don't know if that would need to necessarily be something like a special council meeting or something, but I imagine city council would definitely want to attend something like that and hear the input from a meeting such as what Julie has said. So perhaps because so many of us would probably want to be participating in that, it might make the most sense for it to be a special city council meeting. So I just think about if that's the proper format for it or not.
We can work out the logistics of that, but that's a good point.
I saw hands go up and hands go down. Mary Alice?
I was just going to say that I think if we had a town hall or a listening session, as long as we didn't take action, I don't think it has to be an official city council meeting. It can still be noticed and adhere to the Public Meetings Act, But anyway, it sounds like you guys are going to try and figure something out. And I agree with Jared and Julie. I think it would be a great opportunity for us to listen in and also to share with the police department their thoughts on the use of force policy proposals.
Julie and then Jared.
I just, one thing that I know, I noted that the Champaign City is having a number of public sessions, of listening sessions. And I think that it'd be a great opportunity to have a moderator of some kind, and so that we truly were there listening, and it wasn't, that sort of, what we've talked about is sort of setting up an oppositional thing. That I think that gesture of having somebody who's a trusted moderator would be a really great way to start working toward that. And I know eventually soon we're going to have a couple of staff members who that's their job, is going to be community engagement and that kind of thing. But until we have those, I think it would be a great tool to find somebody in the community who's well versed in moderating something like that, to sort of allow us just to all sit back and listen and have a moderated conversation.
That's great. And if anybody has suggestions on who would be a good person to play that role, I'd love to hear your suggestions offline.
Okay.
Jared.
I can definitely suggest some folks to you, Carol, who would be really great about doing something like that. Question on, right now the use of force policy is redacted. As far as I'm aware, none of the, or at least Bill, Brown, you're making a face at me like it's not.
I don't know, maybe the chief could answer, but I don't think that policy 300 has any redactions.
I don't think it does either, but I'm going to double check before I say that. Here's a jump online. So keep discussing, but yeah, it should be.
I don't think it does. I printed it out recently and I don't think there's any redactions in it, but I could be wrong.
Well, in any case, the point is, if it was, I'm assuming, Carol, this has to be, if it's going to be open for public comment, it's got to be completely available.
It's completely available.
The current use of force policy.
Yes, this is, I just scrolled through all 8 pages.
Where would I find it?
If you go into the police department link on the left-hand side under police, scroll down, and it is probably about halfway down, police department policies, and they'll all be in PDF format. And use of force is 300.
Got it. Okay, thanks. It's probably useful for folks as well, because I'm sure people can start. Lots of people have watched the Hillard Hines thing and have already started suggesting changes to it. So I'm sure people can already start the process. They don't necessarily need to wait on us. We can incorporate input that we've already received prior to setting up the website. Carol, one other thing, the discussion item with next steps in Hillard Hines, is this the extent of what you guys were asking? Because I have questions about Hillard Hines.
This is what we have to propose as a follow-on to their report.
Okay. So I had brought something up to them, and I'm not really sure what the appropriate method is to follow up. I sent an email to you and Diane and the city regarding the rifle being in the fire position with them, and I believe that they had said that they would look into that and get back to us. Have they done that yet, or is that being followed up on? I didn't get a response from anybody from my email.
That's a good question. I need to get in touch with them to find out how they plan to respond to that. So thanks for the reminder. I will do that.
Thank you.
Any other reactions or suggestions for this process? Mary Alice.
So certainly use of force is top of the mind of everybody in terms of the report and the actions that the city needs to take. Are there Other items in the report that the city has discussed what types of plan of action we would be taking. I know that part of it was community engagement, and certainly having listening sessions would help with that. But I'm wondering if there have been any other conversations amongst the staff in terms of implementation or of the recommendations.
So in the few days that we've had since we last spoke about this, and this was presented, as a matter of fact, Mary Alice, I stole this from you. The idea of this sort of clustering of the different recommendations. And I think you sort of went off with policy, tactical, and community engagement. And then I have one more and clustered this into officer development. Because that I think was one of the other, I think that was another piece of this that was missing. And so then we've had some discussions internally with regards to the policy issues. Things that were more tactical or operational, we'll have to continue on with that, whether we decide to put that into a more specific firearms procedure as opposed to a policy. I don't know the answer to that yet. We've also had some discussions with regards to the field investigations, because I know that they had some use of force investigation input. And I don't know that anybody here is actually on the council. There might be a couple of you holdovers from several years ago when Master Sergeant Mike Atkinson with the Illinois State Police and I presented to council on what happens when there's a serious use of force, death, great bodily harm, in custody death, and how some of that works. So we're looking at how to kind of incorporate some of those, a lot of the recommendations that Hillard Hines made, we use in those investigations. What pieces of those can we pull down into these field investigations done by the supervisors? And then the community engagement's a pretty big piece, as you've already alluded to the fact that we've had some discussion just with how much it would work on use of force policy. But in addition to that, things like the 10 shared principles is exactly on point that we'll be doing here later this week. So I think there's a lot of efforts underway. And even with that officer development, I think there's things there that we've read some of the things we do currently and some things we could probably do better at. So the initial discussion is started, including sort of the bucketing of these 4 different areas, which I stole from you last week. So.
I guess what I would say is just to kind of, I'm sorry, Jared, let me just finish my thought real quickly. Just to kind of keep this at the forefront, I think it would be good, because there are lots of different areas that are being touched here, for council to get an update at least once a month in terms of what process and what has been taken action-wise in terms of all these different things that are discussed. It doesn't have to be long, but it would be good to just kind of keep us updated on the process.
Understood.
Jared?
And one thing that I did want to bring up that I feel like is another part of what Hillard Hines was saying, and isn't necessarily explicit, but I think it was implicit in what they were talking about, is that there are a lot of the policies that are listed there that I feel like should be contained within use of force policy that are not currently in use of force policy. So like the use of force review boards, for example, handcuffing and restraints, control devices and techniques, taser, uses of force in custody, firearms, range, all vehicle pursuits, arguably a use of force. If a vehicle, do you understand what I'm saying? All of those things feel like things that are in use of force, or should be in a master use of force policy or a blanket use of force policy, because they all involve force. Are we considering all of those as well as part of a larger perspective on that? Because I can tell you already that I feel like people in the community are gonna wanna know what our policies are for all of those things as well, because each one of those has to deal with force. So what do we think about that?
I'm sorry, what I will say is we'll have the use of force policy, and then we have other policies that were on there, whether they're range, and some of the things in the range policy are specific to the actual
range itself.
facility itself. So I don't necessarily think that trying to incorporate them all into yet another master document would be necessarily useful. So my initial thought right now would be to have them in their components, which again are all there for everyone to see for the most part. And then we can have some discussions. And if somebody, while going through this, we said, hey, I noticed this in policy X, can we discuss that? Sure, but I don't want us to get too far afoot from, let's get the use of force one done first. That's the big one. That's what I'd like to try for us to focus on, I think. And then we can sort of branch out as issues come up.
Chief, if there are maybe not, you know, the entirety of some of the other ones, but if there are specific items contained within one of the others that, you know, we feel like maybe a little more strongly about being included in the master one, would you be opposed to at least those ideas being proposed as, hey, there was this one thing that's in, you know, handcuffing and restraints? I really feel like that's probably something that's more, you know, needs to be set to a community standard so that people are involved in how, you know, the police are going to be doing that. You know, maybe not the entire things, but parts of them if they come up.
Let me just say one thing, which is at this point in the process, we're not trying to preempt anybody from sharing whatever it is that they want to share about the use of force policy, including what's included in the use of force policy. I mean, we're not saying that we're going to just automatically acquiesce because someone made a suggestion, but we want to hear the suggestions.
Okay, well, and then, you know, we've gone over this, I don't know how many times. I haven't been able to bring it up in a long time. Maybe it hasn't been that long of a time, but it feels like a long time. All of the redacted policies, Chief, we've gone back and forth on this and seeing.
Well, I don't know if we've gone back and forth. Well, here's what I'll say. There were 26, there's 163 total. There were 26 that had redactions in them.
Right.
We've viewed those 14, we've since reviewed those when they were initially put up. 14 of those we've gone through as staff. City Legal has double checked that. Those 14 of those 26 have been moved on to clerical staff to get uploaded. I don't have an update for you tonight on exactly where that clerical process is. I think there are 3 others that are having some revisions made. And so that gets us to 14 plus 3, 17. That leaves 9 left. They're going to require a little extra work on more sensitive topics. And I guess that's the best I can update you right now tonight.
To clarify, those 17 policies are now unredacted. Is that correct?
No, if you try to pull up those 17 right now on this website that I just told you, you would find the redacted versions there in the clerical process. That's where I know that they're at. So over the last few weeks, we've been working on these things. It just takes some time.
Generally speaking, with regard to redactions for viewing by City Council, I still feel like I've never gotten a clear answer on whether or not we're going to be allowed access to redacted versions, so we know what's in them.
I cannot give you a clear answer on that yet, Jared.
What do we need?
So with some of the other things, and I don't know, I do see Assistant City Attorney Borman on the line here again. I know there's a few areas where we have sensitive information that we are, whether it comes to investigations and things that we don't necessarily want to put out. And so again, there's some more conversation that has to happen. Hopefully, if we get through all those other 9, and if we're clear with legal and everyone that, okay, this doesn't matter, then we can. But I have not, you don't feel like you've gotten a clear answer because you haven't gotten a clear answer yet on those remaining, just 9.
I think, Kurt Borman, did you want to weigh in on this?
You should be unmuted now, Kurt.
I think it would just depend on the purpose of the redaction. We'd have to do it on a case-by-case basis to see what the reason for the redaction is.
Kurt, this is Councilmember Miller. Does that mean that council members need to come up with a reason on a case-by-case basis to be able to view the unredacted policies?
No, I think it just means that we'd have to see the purpose that the police department believes it should be redacted. There's different reasons that it could be redacted. There could be some things that are vital to the security of the building, for example.
Okay. I guess it still doesn't answer my question as to whether or not we're able to view them.
I think it would be a case-by-case basis. We'd have to look at the individual policy and the particular reasons why particular materials might be redacted.
So let me just interject here. One of the things that I believe has not been done in the past when we've redacted these policies is we haven't articulated the specific reason why, even for the benefit of the public to understand. So as we go through this review, any redactions that remain, we will articulate a reason why. And then after that is done, we can have a specific conversation about a specific policy with a specific reason as to if we feel that it should not be shared with the council, we can have that very particular conversation. We're not prepared to talk about it in generalities right now, beyond what Kurt articulated.
Well, I mean, I'm just trying to get an answer, and right now I'm getting an answer, which is, generally speaking, council is not allowed to see redacted policies unless the city decides that they're allowed to see them. That's what I'm hearing.
I think that's true.
Okay, I want to know where we're standing.
I think that's true, but just like if you asked for a medical record, for instance, we're obliged to protect a medical record. So we would articulate the reasons, and we would have counsel with a SEL at the end there to advise us, and we could talk that through. It's really hard to talk that through right now in this very abstract sense of unknown redactions, unknown reasons, and so that's I don't know that there's anything more to say at the moment.
That's fine. I'm just trying to get a general level of where access to those things are at, and generally speaking, unless we're making an argument that we need to see it and the city can come up with a legal reason why we can't, we're not going to be allowed to see it generally. So I get it. I just trying to get clarification. Thank you.
Bill Brown, and then Sharice. Sorry, Sharice, I didn't see you down there.
Must be in the corner.
Yeah, I know this isn't still, it's still on redaction. We aren't really talking about that under this agenda item, but I think some council members probably haven't actually looked at the policies and looked at the ones that were redacted. And I mean, the one that most heavily redacted involved use of police informants. I can see a lot of reasons why council members or anybody else shouldn't know how much we pay police informants when we need to. So I think there's, legitimate reasons to redact some things. And the ones I've seen, I can kind of figure out why they were redacted, but there were also some that, I didn't know. So I'm glad you're going through it and you're fixing it up, but I think council members that haven't looked at the policies might get a better understanding of it. If they looked at the ones that are redacted, it's pretty clear on the website which ones are and aren't, and it's clear what's blocked out. So I'd say take a look at that, and you might have a better idea about it.
Okay, Sharice.
I was basically, I'm a dovetail what Bill said. I'm assuming that some of the information is redacted based on it's regarding particular response times or confidential informants and so on and so forth. And that's not necessarily something that you may want out on a public forum based on. It's like, giving out the secret sauce recipe from McDonald's. Different police forces have different policies regarding how they react, or what their policies may be regarding certain criminal actions and so on and so forth. And I don't think that it would be smart to actually unredact those particular things.
Okay. Well, I think our agenda topic is Hillard Hines' next step, use of force, and if there's anything, Dennis, is this regarding the agenda item? Unmute, please.
I see that. Yeah, it is. Okay, so we've had a lot of conversation about something else, but I want to go back to the Hillard Hines recommendations a little bit. We've talked a lot about wanting to upgrade and evaluate the use of force. And so I would like to also have an equal conversation inserted into this about a conversation about the policy for de-escalation practices in the police department. We haven't talked about that tonight. I think that it's important to establish clear guidelines for officers to follow to attempt de-escalation techniques during points of conflict with the individuals that are involved. And it should be written up to become a balance and a useful discussion topic in police training with the enforcement or the weight of to be considered as a policy within the police department that use of force is a vital tool in interacting with the community. And we haven't talked about that. And I've talked to individuals at the Police Training Institute about why it's important to include in their class discussions. And I think it needs to be defined more clearly here as a policy within the police department as well. So I would like to see input on that as well.
Anything else for this policy rewrite? Julie.
Just real quick, just to gauge a little bit of interest, I've been brainstorming with a couple of other people in the community who work with youth, specifically brainstorming ideas of how we could get increased youth engagement in city government. And so I was wondering if there would be support, because we're brainstorming doing some cool like Zoom events where kids would be getting an opportunity to engage with the work that the city does. And so it seems like this having a youth event specifically about this issue might be really valuable. So do we feel like that would be something worth me pursuing in conversation moving forward?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay.
I agree.
We're really interested in different forms of engagement in general, just because of a lot of the work that we're doing. And if you can help us engage with youth specifically on this topic, that would be tremendous.
Okay, great.
And we are very close to being able to announce our community engagement coordinator, who one part of their job is going to be working with youth, just as Preston James did before with the Self-Made Kings. So that our community engagement coordinator would want to work with you very closely on that as well.
Awesome.
And Julie, let me interrupt too. One of the things that we saw, it was very interesting when we took the trip to Thionville, our sister city in France, is that they have a full-fledged youth city council.
Yeah.
And they conduct business. I'm not sure what kind of business specifically they conduct, but obviously it's anything that has to do with youth and youth involvement in the community. Mm-hmm. And I think that if we established a youth council, because all right, so it would be like another commission or committee or something like that. So that's a little bit of effort on the staff's part, but I think that it would be a very exciting and invigorating kind of new format for youth participation, because I think civic knowledge is very important for young people to be aware of, and we know that that a lot of high schools conduct many United Nations conferences, and that format is very successful. So I think there's precedences for a youth engagement that I think ties in exactly with what you're talking about.
Great.
And that's been on the to-do list, so I'm glad you mentioned it. And the U.S. Conference of Mayors has a lot of resources for creating these youth advisory councils, or what, you know, they have different names for them, but
That's
a lot
what
of
we were
cities
using
are
as sort of the beginning of our conversations. So I just hadn't talked to you about it yet.
yeah. So, and there are actually a number of people in the community over the last couple of years who've expressed interest in helping with that as well. So I think there's, you know, it's not just a staff, you know, it's not just a staff effort, although that's what the community engagement coordinator can be very involved in, but there's a great deal of community interest as well, and very important. So thank you for bringing that up. I would say, so we have some time to discuss our next item, we'll move on to it, but if you come up with other ideas or suggestions, who should they send them to? Carol? Carol, send them to Carol, as far as what you'd like to see in the approach to rewriting the use of force. And then we'll keep you updated as things move along. All right, thank you very much. Last discussion item on the agenda is City of Urbana membership in the Government Alliance on Race and Equity, which is GARE. Julie, you're muted.
2020, you're muted. Everybody says you're muted. I just wanted to start off by saying I don't lay any claim to being an expert on this at all. So, you know, I think we're at this point talking in a little bit of generality, although the conversation that I've had with Carol indicates that she has been familiar with GARE and is familiar with some cities who've worked with it before. So I think that's a good start. So thank you so much for letting me add this on the agenda, and also Jared for supporting me in that. In fact, it was originally something that was part of the a circulating document that came from Evanston, the city of Evanston, which is a current member of GARE. And so I think that it's good to know that other cities in the region are involved in it too. So what is GARE? GARE is the Government Alliance on Race and Equity. It's a joint project between Race Forward and the Haas Institute for a Fair and Inclusive Society. And together they've been working for over 2 decades to help governments work toward racial equity and advance opportunity for all. GARE provides best practices, training, models, tools, and sample policies to help governments implement policies and strategies to proactively advance racial equity. And oftentimes what happens is cities work in cohorts with regional, either work in cohorts with other cities in the region, or they work on specific topics that are the focus of their continued work. Some cities are farther along. They've been working on these kinds of specifics for decades, and some are starting at the beginning. Jared gave me some guidance on thinking about how to present this. So I guess the next question that I wanted to talk a little bit about is why we need to, or should think about doing something like, engaging with something like GARE. I'd say I'm a person who has a story that's very reflective of many people that I've met in the 12 years that I've lived in Urbana, which is I came here for school and I ended up staying for all of the things that make Urbana really special to us. That included a lower cost of living than many of the other cities that I'd lived in and that my partner had lived in around the country and around the world. Public schools that we believe in and have sent now 2 of our children through, a vibrant community life, and of course the great diversity that exists in a university town. But all of the positives that I can point out to about the community that I live in and the reasons that I've stayed here, we have to recognize that racial inequity continues to exist in all areas, in our housing, in income, in education, in graduation rates, in health outcomes, in arrest rates, in all of these things, right? So all of those positives do not take away from the fact that we recognize that racial inequity continues. And through the weeks that I've been attending and listening to public input and the conversations between my fellow council members, I can hear and read, you know, the pain and anger and frustration that's being expressed locally and around the country as we once again grapple with these centuries of inequities that have existed. And I'm really thankful for the people who have continued to make their voices heard about issues of white supremacy and racial inequity. And one thing that GARE will ask us to do is to put right out in front, acknowledging that cities like ours have enacted policies that historically played a role in creating and maintaining racial inequity. And that means then that we all have to now be part of the solution. It's not the only solution, but it's certainly a place for us to start. And I think that now we can agree, just like we're going to be talking about assessment and action on issues of police use of violence or police use of force, that we need to assess and review actions on these issues throughout our city policies. So how would we use it? Really, it's going to be up to us to decide the best ways to start using the kinds of resources that a framework like GARE produces. The resources and framework that are available through GARE would help us align the city's overall mission and vision by guiding us toward institutional transformation of policies and programs in order to advance racial equity, which means uplifting our entire community. The model helps governments build their internal capacity, utilize tools, engage with those most deeply impacted by past policies, be guided by data, and work with other institutions to enact lasting change. I think together we could develop a shared vocabulary to talk specifically about race and racism and how we can work together to promote racial equity. And I think a good example that I like to use is that this is, for the example, we know often that to do new planning developments, there's the requirement to do an environmental impact studies. Well, something like GARE tools would require us to utilize racial equity tools to set goals, assess where we are, and figure out how to move forward. So I just would invite you all to have a conversation about the possibility of utilizing something like GARE in our work together.
Jared?
So just to piggyback off of what Julie was talking about, and her and I kind of did a little visioning session about, what could the city actually do with a membership in this organization, and how does a membership actually end up doing something to put forward these things. And probably the thing that I thought the most, and Julie agreed after we had discussed it, was using the program as an incorporation in the comprehensive plan, because the concepts that they're talking about in there are, they're not specifically targeting policies necessarily. It's not like something as specific as dealing with the use of force policy, or dealing with rifle use or cannabis possession or some of those things. It's very broadly focused on, how do you recenter your community to acknowledge these life, multi-generational, country-long inequities that are so deeply embedded in our systems that, we have to, just as all of us who are doing work to retrain our minds away from things we've been taught that are detrimental, this program does the same kind of thing, but thinking about it from, a complex perspective, and incorporating it into, basically the very lifeblood of what a community does. So I thought that probably the most effective and interesting way I would like to see it incorporated, and the way we could see it used, is to be put into the comprehensive plan. So that's one of the big things that I would encourage other council members, if they have looked at it, or if they're going to look at it, or Diane, Carol, you guys, if you're going to check this program out, I think that there's a lot of potential for its use in how we're going to do our comprehensive plan going forward, because it centers so much of what we're saying about what we value as a city on wanting to focus on racial equity, and wanting to focus on overcoming these things that we've talked about a lot and people want to see us work on. And I think that it will help bring, help us put those values into those things, put, really cornerstone that around that idea. So I would encourage everybody to look at it in that perspective of like, oh, hey, what if we use the principles of trying to reorient yourself to the comprehensive plan, because that's going to be such a big decision-making document for us going forward. So that was my piece I wanted to share with you guys tonight.
I think that's an excellent idea. Mary Alice.
I've taken a bit of a look, spent a couple of hours on GARE's website and looked at their toolkit. And one of the things that I like about it is that it recognizes that the city is one piece of the puzzle. There's a lot of other agencies who interact and who have helped perpetuate the inequalities that we've had in our community. And Jared, I like your idea of having it in the comprehensive plan, because it really gives us a lens and a focus on directly asking the question, how is this impacting our community? Are we making everything as equitable as possible for everyone in our community? And I think that the most important thing that I read, or one of the most important things I read in GARE is that if some people in our community aren't having access or the ability to have equality in our community, that means the whole community is unequal. And I think that really kind of resonated with me, just in terms of framework, that it's not an us versus them. And I don't like the setup that we have sometimes in the political discourse of the us versus them. We are one community. And so we need to see and use our tools and use our methods to make it as inclusive as possible for the entire community. So I think that by focusing on this allows us to get rid of that us versus them and say, we as a community want to move in this direction. So I like the fact that they give us some ideas on other cities that have used these tools, that there are other cities within the state of Illinois who have been working with this longer, who would be able to provide us with some input, advice, and things that have worked for them. So I think it's a good direction to move.
Bill Colbrook.
Yeah, kind of dovetail on that. I do think it's important to think of this as one community. And of course, we've got a sister city over in Champaign that I think should be, included as well. I don't know if anybody's had any conversation with them, but, every month, I go to a community coalition meeting, and the theme is one community. How can we partner together, Champaign, Urbana, Champaign County, private sector, public sector, nonprofit sector. What can we do collectively to make our community better? It's not all, the gun violence, but that is a huge part of it. It's education. It's food insecurity. It's home security. There's a lot of issues that go into it. So I think if we're talking about this program and if we want to go forward, and I've looked at it as well, I think maybe the nearest city to us is Peoria that has instituted this as well, and they've been a partner for many years. I think we should probably invite Champaign to see if they'd be interested as well, so we can have a comprehensive program for the entire community, because problems don't start and stop at Wright Street. That's an invisible line.
Any other thoughts? Jared.
Just a, next step, Carol, I don't know if, I know you had some experience with this in a previous, from what Julius told me, you had some experience with this in a previous administration you were working with.
I did not work for an administration that had adopted GARE principles, but I applied for a job in a community that adopted GARE principles. But I had also worked with people in Arlington that had come from, one woman had come from Seattle, where I believe the GARE model actually originated. And so it's something I'm really familiar with. So I'll let you finish your question, but I'm glad to have the floor for a minute if I get a chance to say something else. But you had a question.
I was just going to say next step, because that's how I always like to leave a conversation about things like this, is, I would just appreciate if you guys had a chance sometime in the not too distant future to take a look at those 6 strategies, because I guarantee you're going to look at them and say, oh, this exactly fits into how you write a comprehensive plan and what we're doing, and just to get a response and a feeling from you guys on its, how we can use that in the comp plan if you think it's feasible, and we'll continue the conversation in that manner.
So can I just say a couple things and then you can get feedback from your colleagues on that. First of all, the mayor and I and Will Kolchowski sat in on a webinar that they offer for people who are considering becoming members of GARE, so that they can understand all the tools and all the advantages of becoming a member. So we got some insight, and people were asking questions and so forth. And the easy part is joining. Okay, it's writing a check and you join. And it was very clear that you get out of GARE what you put into GARE. And I would say that I think it's a great idea to join GARE, if for no other reason than for purposes of giving us some tools to use with the comprehensive plan. I know that Andrea and Lily have already been quite intentional about incorporating racial equity and those kinds of themes into everything that we're doing. It's not a separate topic. It's integrated into the themes that they're developing. And so I think we have a good head start. Our head's in the right place, and we could use some tools in that regard. But I think I would encourage you as council members to think about the fact that you are decision makers, and this lens that they speak of is for you to learn how to use yourselves. Because it's not just for you to say to the city, have you run this through the racial equity lens? Have you thought about all of this for us? But it's to empower you and give you tools to examine the credibility of the efforts we've made, the thoroughness of the efforts we made, your own thought processes. So I would want you to assign yourself some work as part of GARE to really make the membership worthwhile. And I'll stop there.
Any other thoughts?
Well, I know I have been, having introductory conversations with different staff members in the city. And I think there's a couple of things that would be really useful to think of as we're moving forward too, is that, assessing what's already being done. And I think, the incredible work that's being done by the community development group, and all of the things that Sheila brought forward today, the efforts that are being made of targeting, monies specifically to those census tracts that are needing increased resources. That there are things that Urbana is already doing that I think fit within these inside of this criteria, and that's something that we can say and demonstrate as a look, we're not starting from zero, which I think is a really important thing to do. And I also think that as council members, one thing that is really would be useful is I like the idea of data-driven. I think that helps us communicate with one another, communicate our goals, and communicate with the community really well, to say, we want to, for example, target racial inequities in traffic stops, and we want to, here are the ways that we're going to go about doing that, and our goal would be X by this time, or here's our goal of the number of affordable housing units per, I don't know what the language is for all of these things, and I like that those would be things that we could, answer to our community with, and it sounds to me like so many of the staff that I've talked to in Urbana about the work they're doing really would be excited to be on board and having this kind of shared language too. So that was really hopeful to me, to have those conversations and to learn more about what Urbana is already doing. I feel like is I know I'm like a newbie to all of this, but I just wanted to reflect that as well. I think that that we can utilize the resources right here at the university too, of researchers and such who can help us with gathering all of that data. Either it exists already, or they can help us with it.
Carol?
So, the one thing that you said at the beginning, which is really, really important, and I don't want to lose it, is, and you repeated, is this idea of shared language and shared vocabulary, and empowering people to ask questions and challenge coded language and all of this, and which is a phrase I learned from Lily, so I got to give her credit for that. But the other thing is, why traffic stops have become, like a flashpoint, is because it was something that got measured, right? So your point about data is huge, but what aren't we measuring that we could measure and that would inform us and that would then change our behavior? Because then we were seeing, because we started measuring something, then we were seeing an inequity that we didn't even realize existed because we didn't measure it. So, I mean, there's a, this is, this can be your one's life's work, and it has to be something that we kind of own as it's not a check the box. It's not a one-year project. It's something that, we really do commit to as a, this is part of our value system. And that, just to circle back to what Jared was saying, that's what's expressed in the comprehensive plan. This is what we value. This is how we share resources in a way that it is fair to everybody. So I have a very strong personal interest in GARE and what they stand for. So I'm excited at the prospect of joining.
Great. Dennis?
The city has expressed some really strong goals in similar or other kinds of areas that we strive for. And of course, we know that it's an uphill climb to reach them. Part of them is, like one of them that comes immediately to mind is reducing our carbon footprint. This is a commitment that we make to try to improve the environmental quality of our lives. So it's very nice because it seems like I haven't really explored it as deeply as some of you have already, but I find it very, very hopeful, because it's a way of then setting goals to improve the quality of our life on a sense of equality and justice. And I think that if these tools work well for us, they have just as much importance to us. And we've got in positions in our community, in our city government, for sustainability. We have a director for sustainability, and it might be that we will have a director for equality as well.
And we will. And this is why this is a perfect time to be doing our comp plan. We're just at a crossroads, and the timing is absolutely right. And that's why when we started talking about the comp plan a couple years ago, I really wanted to have a comprehensive comp plan, which was more than just planning and zoning and land use and single family and duplex discussions, but what kind of city do we want to live in? What's our vision for the future? And so this is a great opportunity and a great framework. Julie.
I just want to make one last statement. Just that is, sorry, is to recognize that it isn't really about equality. And I think that's an important thing to note in the name of the organization. It's about equity, because there hasn't been equality for so long. And so in order to achieve equity, it might mean that things won't look the same for everybody as we try to raise up those communities who have been not given equal.
That's part of the vocabulary.
Exactly. And so it just, but those will be difficult things because, power wants to maintain itself. And so, it will be very hard work, but I think I'm hopeful that it would make a difference.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. Do we have enough direction to move to move forward, Carol?
If Elizabeth gives us $1,000, then we can join.
Okay.
To move that resolution, please.
Okay. Will do. Okay, that is, and thank you, Jared and Julie, for bringing this forward. Last part of this meeting is we will continue with the public input. And there are some people with their, Mary Alice?
I have two things. The first one is when I was reading off the names of people who had sent in emails, I mistakenly added some people who had emailed me specifically and not to city council. So I just didn't want that to be counted against their ability to speak during
Okay.
this part. And then the second piece is that if we have too many people, then I would be in favor of extending the meeting to get in all the public inputs. I just want to say those two things.
Okay. We have about, according to, we have about 36 minutes left for public input. So we'll get started. Sarah Nixon.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Nixon, and I am addressing the City Council as a resident of Urbana. With regard to discussion item number 13, I would like to express my real appreciation for Urbana Council member Julie Laut's responsiveness and energetic initiative in addressing issues that include the Urbana Police Department's targeting and re-traumatizing of our community's African American children, also addressed at length and earlier this evening by Ms. Amina Payne. I recently communicated to the council my concerns and hopes that the appalling practices and statistics exposed by Ms. Payne be thoroughly and transparently addressed. And Ms. Laut responded to me that she agrees that those arrest statistics point to an outrageous example of racial inequity in our community, and that she advocates implementation of the Government Alliance on Race and Equity models so that all decisions at the city are considered through a lens that promotes racial equity. And I hope that moving forward, we will continue to see Ms. Laut and Mr. Miller and fellow council members truly and meaningfully supported in their GARE-based initiatives and efforts to transform the existing terrible racial inequities in our local systems. I would like secondly to offer comment on the proposal to amend city code to allow the curtailing of public input. I agree with the need for civility in public discussion. I question this approach though, requiring the public to restrict their comments to either agenda action items or other issues, while at the same time giving us an either or time slot to do so imposes unreasonably convoluted barriers to free speech. Surely there is a simpler way to promote a climate of respectful discourse. The mayoral statement referred rightly to abusive, personal, and hurtful comments being inappropriate and even intimidating. I would like to ask that Urbana city leadership apply the same lens to considering the experience of its constituents. Let's consider Aaliyah Lewis, who was aggressively prosecuted after being violently assaulted and insulted by Urbana police. Consider the abusive language she endured from officers screaming and jeering, "Act like a lady," and "Want to see my gun," and so on. Respect is a two-way issue. Verbal and physical assault from city employees, and of course the toxic and dangerous attitudes, for example, racism and misogyny that underlie it, chronically scar and intimidate your constituents, Black women, men, and children especially, to the point where they fear going to school, fear dialing 911 in domestic violence situations, and fear stepping out their front door when the UPD is nearby. So I ask you to consider not just city employees' rights, but also their obligations toward the community with the same urgency and urge to amend city code. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan Axelrod.
Hi, thank you. Could you put up the time clock, please? I have to put in a lot.
So I want to talk to you about why for next week's agenda, I really need you to put the utility shutoffs moratorium vote then. We've had a lot of close calls in the over 2 months of the No Ameren Shutoffs campaign, which again is a $0 all volunteer organization now with 31 organizations in membership from Chicago all the way down to Carbondale. We have stopped Ameren, Illinois from utility shutoffs, as Danielle Chenoweth said earlier today, 3 times now. There were utility shutoff notices sent for September 11th after the moratorium expired, but we confirmed with residents who received those notices, both who made partial payments and no payments at all, that it was extended. We've had a lot of close calls here. Diane Marlin, thank you for speaking to the governor about this issue. Unfortunately, with the exception of his private communications, he's been wholly silent on this. Meanwhile, the Illinois Commerce Commission, which has 2 Rauner-appointed commissioners and 3 Pritzker appointed commissioners, unanimously issued a letter saying that we need utility shutoff moratoriums through March of 2021. But it's not enforceable. They've reached the limit. They have to negotiate with Ameren in order to have utility shutoff moratoria at all. It's always been voluntary with the exception of the governor or the municipality intervening. Those are the only 2 options. We found out that Ameren, Illinois sent out their utility shutoff notice for September, on September 11th for September 23rd. That is the new deadline. That is still before the census deadline. That is the day after the eviction moratorium expires. The CDC eviction moratorium that exists requires the tenants to do a lot of legwork that they don't know about, which means that we are going to have a massive number of people evicted potentially on September 22nd if there is no action, and we know that we can act on both of these 2 things. And further, those who are lucky enough to stay in their homes will get their power shut off. And again, this is one of those things where people's custody can be put at risk. This is a serious human rights issue. Don't take it just from me. Take it from a 2007 military study that had as one of its priorities the fact that states who have the most power when it comes to the utility shutoffs moratorium, of them, only 7 had extensions of utility shutoff moratoria, which is an essential service as enumerated by them and a 2008 study that cited them, as a plan, as an actual plan. This is an absolute failure of our state leadership, unfortunately, and if it continues to be a failure of our state leadership, we need you to act. The Macon County Democrats issued a resolution saying this exact same thing. They called on the governor to reinstate services because municipal and co-op services have been allowed to disconnect. That is where the increase in COVID cases before college came from. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Alan Romero.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I just wanted to offer a comment when Bill Colebrook was talking earlier. He had mentioned that that Jennifer Ivory Tatum had issued a statement in solidarity with your decision to try and continue the contracts with the sworn officers in the schools. And I just want to point out that Jennifer Ivory Tatum is not the school board, and that this is a problematic conflation between the 2 of them. Because just because Jennifer Ivory Tatum issued a statement in support does not mean that that the community does not have the ability to force the school board not to continue the contracts. So the issue here is that we as community members have been reaching out consistently over the past 2 or 3 months to tell you what we want, which is that we do not want the city to continue to give more money to officers who do not protect us. So I think that the issue that I see is that our class interests are not aligned. For some reason, we tell you you are supposed to, you all have been elected to represent us. We tell you what we want, and you ignore us or you silence us, which is a really, like, it's a problem that we have to keep showing up here every week to tell you what we want, and we keep getting ignored. So, you know, all we want is for our demands to be understood, that the police officers serve an antagonistic system, and this system does not help the community. It does not help the community. It doesn't matter if they don't show up to talk here every week. We will continue to talk to you about what we want because our class interests are aligned with theirs. Yours may not be, but we outnumber you. So again, I just need to stress that we continue to show up here every week to tell you what we want, and we continue to be ignored. I cede the rest of my time.
Diane, do we need to extend the meeting?
Yes, please.
I'll move that we extend the meeting until 11 p.m.
I'll second.
Next up is Bo Barber.
Do you want to take a vote?
Oh,
We have to
sorry,
have a vote.
yes. All those, will the clerk please call the roll?
Miss Wu,
Yes.
Miss Lout,
Yes.
Miss Hersey,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Roberts, Mr. Roberts,
Sorry, I was muted. Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Mr. Colebrook,
Yes.
Mr. Miller.
Yes.
That
Mayor?
motion passes.
Okay.
Bo David Barber.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. So I just wanted to reiterate a point brought up by Alan Axelrod is acting on the Ameren shutoffs by next week, because by September 23rd, people are going to lose their power. During a pandemic, that's incredibly dangerous. Additionally, for all the students that are learning remotely, you know, I've said before, I said this in last week's city council, you know, that's a devastation to their education. And, you know, it may sound like an exaggeration, but, you know, that these kids are the future of our country and this community. And so making sure that they have, you know, a proper access to education is important for everyone, and is also important for equitable access to people across all demographics in this community as well. Especially for people in the African American communities that have been hardest hit by this virus, making sure that they have equitable access to this remote learning is incredibly important. And I do appreciate, Mary Marlin, that when you spoke to the governor, you spoke to them, you spoke to him in his office about extending or about the shutoffs. And I ask you to, you know, you and everyone else on this council to please push them further, because the more people that push on them, and the more people that tell them that, you know, this can't happen, the more that can be done, the more that he'll listen, and the more that he'll actually take action too. So I appreciate it for that day that you did it. I think, and I kind of just, you know, I think some of the stuff with council comments a bit concerning, but that's just me. I think the only clarification that I had was just wondering, it was on, you know, Councilmember Colebrook's statement that it was big government on the Urbana School Board. I'm kind of confused by that, mainly just because, and I'm just clarifying because it's mainly that, I guess you spoke about it before, the school board already talked about, they weren't asking for, they were asking whether the Urbana city was going to do anything to sue them. So it was, they were worried about Urbana City Council acting as a big government to sue them But then you said by doing so would be big government to potentially.
Targeted conversation, Diane.
Pardon?
He's targeting one individual U.S. people.
Yeah,
All right. Thank you.
I
I
get the
see
point.
the rest of my time.
thank you. Next up is Meg McDonald.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Alrighty. So dear the entire city council, my name is Megan McDonald. I'm from Ward 5. While I had more time to prepare this week than last, I still find myself at a little bit of a loss of words. I kind of want to really quick piggyback on what Sarah Nixon was talking about and how I also understand the need for civility. I know I come in here pretty hot most weeks, but that's because I really truly care about these women and people in the community, and I'm scared for them, and they're scared, and they were targeted and brutalized and displaced and charged with extremely high bails because they were Black. And I'm just trying to fix that. And that's why I keep coming to you. Anyway, I want to say that, like, I understand why you're intimidated. This is intimidating to have people like come in every week and tell you what you're doing wrong and how you're not doing enough. And I just want to say, like, you're going harder to censor public comment than like I've ever seen you all like try to do anything as far as like anti-racist work, like the One Door program. Like, has that started yet? And like, people were getting doxxed by the News Gazette for years, like having their mugshots posted, having their addresses posted by Mary Shank. I wonder if you all ever, wrote into them about that. Like, that's intimidating. We were at Aaliyah Lewis's court date 2 Tuesdays ago, just because it's proven that when people show up to court watch, sometimes people's sentences are less just because the court feels the pressure, and we carry that into these meetings. But also something that I noticed while being out there was that like 95% of the people that were walking in there for court hearings were Black community members. And this isn't like another $10 million question as to, as Chief Seraphin said about why are 56% of students that are arrested and taken to the juvie, why are they Black? It's not a $10 million question. It's not some abstract answer. It's because, the police are an inherently racist, white supremacist-based profession, because cops harass and arrest more Black folks than any other race, regardless if that police officer is male, female, white, Black, Asian. The research shows that across the board, police brutalize Black folks again and again, and it starts when they're children, which is like why we're trying to get the SROs out, and like why we keep coming to tell you all this hard work that we're putting in, all this research. Like, it's not based in nothing. We're not just like, we're not a minority of people. Like, we're not like the silent majority or whatever. Like, no, we are real community members, like showing up, asking you to hear us. So please do.
Thank you. Brandy.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I would like to thank the council members who have advocated and facilitated for public comment, but unfortunately, largely, I want to express my disgust at the treatment of those who wish to provide input. I want to remind the council that you're here to serve the community. It's the job, and any censoring of public comment goes in direct opposition of that. Moving comment to the end of a meeting, specifically stretching to 11 p.m. is an obstacle for many and discouragement of community voice. There are so many people here who are working night and day to make meaningful change in our community. As a member of that community, I'm grateful and awe-stricken at their commitment, and you should be as well. The public is engaged, and it's going to remain engaged. You should welcome and encourage that engagement. The outcome, if you continue your current path of censorship and intolerance, will be growth in the hostile relationship between a city's government and its people. It's not good for you, it's not good for members of the community, and it's not good for the city of Urbana. I want to really express a hope that the city council will recount its approach to the members of the community, which are approaching them with pretty much frank outrage. You know, the people are outraged for a reason, and if you would just listen to that outrage instead of trying to silence them because you feel offended by their outrage, it would go a lot farther. And that's all I have to say.
The last person who hasn't spoken is Ben Theobald.
Hello, sorry, am I coming through?
Yes.
Yes, I would like to reiterate or echo Alan Max Axelrod's on extending the acting on the utility shutoffs that Ameren seems to, from my understanding, they were supposed to. They gave people's notices to shut off on September 11th, but now it seems like those have been extended to September 23rd. Unfortunately, with ways things are going, we cannot rely on our national leaders, our Senate, for any kind of financial assistance. I would like to Mayor Diane for speaking to Pritzker and on this issue in terms of the eviction moratorium. Unfortunately, Governor Pritzker has been disappointingly unwilling to take action and fight on this eviction moratorium. As we get closer to, fall in, people are going to be more at risk. And look, you need, people. Everyone needs water. Everyone needs access to electricity, especially during school years. So my hope is that we can't seem to rely on a lot of our officials, elected officials. So I would hope that the city council, if nothing is done, seems to be done, we can't, it seems that Ameren is being very, very sluggish on taking any kind of action and helping people who are very vulnerable and can't, we can't wait more on this issue. So that's it. Thank you very much for listening. I yield my time.
Thank you. Okay, that completes public input from everyone. Has had an opportunity to speak once tonight, and with no further business before this council, this meeting is adjourned.